Greetings, everyone. Let me just bring everything over to the other side of the room here. Good evening to Wannabe Newfie and YT Goodman. Hello, over on the YouTube side. Excellent. Well, those of you paying attention may have noticed a few false starts. Still having major glitchy issues with multi-streaming. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to have to get back in touch with Streamlabs and see what the frick is going on. All I can tell you is it's driving me mad. Just be a second here. You know, let's get some ambiance going, shall we? Is it coming through? There we go. What is the news? Is there news? I was not aware of any news. Hey, Scully! How's it going? I don't even know what day of the week even is it. I have no clue. It's Sunday. Why does it feel like a Wednesday? I don't know. Anyway. Let me bring my control center over. Gotta see what we're tangled around here. Okay. That should be good. Don't mind me, I'm just falling all over myself with delight and glee. Okay. So, foist things foist. We put our control panel, all the controls for the stream, you see. Very nice. And I'm just going to walk over here. Here, walk back over here. Just finished a few rounds of Fortnite. I don't think I played that since we last played a few days ago. So I guess I'm just fucked for Winterfest stuff, huh? Yeah. I'll live. And here we are. Huzzah! Bub, 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 bub. Bub, bub. Why does that seem slightly off? I don't know. I'm trying to use the 4K mode of the camera, and it just seems to be lagging slightly. I don't know why. Yeah, you won't be able to claim the free skins. Granted, they're not great. Really? Well, if any of them are Harry Potter skins, don't care anyway. Why won't that franchise just go away forever? Stop making that horrid woman more money. She's only using her money to hurt people now. There is no point in supporting it in any way, shape, or form. So, I won't do that. Which is one of the reasons I haven't really played much Winterfest stuff, because I really don't want to have anything to do with the Harry Potter shit. So, yeah, that's it. So it's a frost test dummy and a weird Christmas gerbil. I see. I can't be the only one complaining about the lack of stacking this year. Like, that's so just shitty of them for no reason. Like, I don't get what they're even trying to do, like, lately. It seems like they'll do one thing that's really cool, but then they'll do one thing that's, like, supremely shitty. And I don't understand why. There. Get our pretty lights going. Oh yeah, you're not the only one. Yeah, well, hopefully if they're smart, what they'll do is they'll just give everybody everything after Winterfest. Say, yeah, sorry guys, we fucked up. Here's all the stuff. We won't do that again, because apparently you all hated it. And there you go. That would be the correct way to respond to that. I mean, they're giving it all away free anyway. But it's like it's like now, I feel like it's like you're being punished if you're not playing the game constantly. And it's like, you know, I enjoy the game, but I do not want to play it constantly. I don't want to live in Fortnite, you know? I want to play it, you know, maybe once or twice a week with my peeps. And that's it. Why am I not allowed to do that anymore? I mean, I pay for Fortnite Crew. I get the Battle Pass. I buy skins. You know, like, it's not like I'm not giving them money. Well, we'll see how much longer I decide to keep giving them money. Because I don't really like the way things have been going lately. So, we're just gonna... fucking eczema. It's mostly cleared out. Funny enough, that grievous injury I suffered last time is almost completely healed. The eczema lingers, but the grievous injury is almost completely gone, which is awesome. Just waiting for feeling to come back to my fingertips. There we go. Anyway, that's why you stopped playing? Because of all the just fuckiness. Yeah. But, I mean, to be fair, Wanna Be Newfie, it's not like you played that much to begin with. I mean, you would play with us, what, like once every 6 months, if that? You weren't exactly hardcore, dude. But, you know. So definitely no big loss for you, because it wasn't a big part of your life to begin with. But, no, I mean, for me, it's fun. It's a social thing. So, I don't know. There's a lot of other multiplayer games out there, a lot of other free-to-play stuff. So maybe we should just start shopping around, find something else that we can all play, you know? We tried the other day. We tried doing, we were going to do Aliens, Fireteam Elite, which supposedly you can play multiplayer, but matchmaking was disabled for some reason, so we couldn't get into a game together. So, I don't know. Scully says, what really grinds my gears is the fact that we have to wait until the 9th for more OG pass items. Like, are we going to be able to claim a bunch off the jump, or are they going to make us grind even more for shit we should have already got for leveling up? Oh yeah, I mean, if the pass isn't active yet, then your XP won't count. If that's what it is. Is that when the new pass drops, or? But yeah, it's not cumulative. It's like it only accumulates when the pass is active. For whatever reason, I guess they decided to offset the OG one more than the others. So, because last night I pulled an all-nighter to beat Dust and Elysian Tale. I've heard of that one. It sounds vaguely familiar. What was I doing? Well, since we last streamed, I've been editing. I've actually been editing the update videos, both versions, simultaneously. The big, massive, epic length omnibus edition, as I'm calling it, and the individual episodic versions as well. So, yeah, it's already coming together quite nicely. I've done the first 2 parts, which were both quite lengthy. They were like 45 minutes apiece. Also redid all of my assets that I use in all my videos. So, like, redid all the title sequences and the links, end cards and opening cards and stuff like that for specifically for the horror videos and the regular ones. I did another end screen for the regular ones. I got to figure out a way to. I think the opening one is fine. I can't redo the 3D title because I don't have that 3D program anymore. Actually, I think I do, but it's on one of my dead hard drives, as is the project file. I used to be able to just pull up the original project file, and there we go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure all that stuff is on. Oh, actually, I might have that stuff on a DVD-R somewhere. Yeah, I think I might actually have it archived on a DVD-R. So, huzzah for DVD-Rs. Just have to see if it's still readable. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. But anyway, so redid all the horror ones. And there's like 8 versions because I use different colors for the glow around the titles and stuff. So redid all of those in 8K to have nice higher quality masters to match the quality of the the new camera, and the fact we're filming in higher quality now. So that was good. That was something that needed to be done because I needed to use them for the videos I'm currently editing, right? So but now those are done, and I can just pull whichever ones I need whenever I need them. So that's good. So that was like a good chunk of a day. Yeah, and edited the first 2 parts of the update and the first 2 parts of the omnibus version. Those are all ready to go. I think I pretty much got the structure of both nailed down, so we should be pretty good. When I was doing the second one, it was pretty much had it down to a science, which is pretty cool. Does my other screen keep flickering? Don't be fucking up on me. Seriously, you're barely a year old. Anyway, yeah, so anyway, I thought we'd continue on with the update today. We've still got quite a lot to do. I did a little further organizing of the stacks over there. Yeah, we're not going to go like, as we sort of discovered as we were going, it's really pointless to say which stack we're doing because not every part is going to be just one stack. I mean, for example, I have, some stacks for like 2 or 3 different subjects, so I thought we'll just do it the way we normally do and just kind of go by themed sections. So some will be bigger than others. The first one we're doing is actually the 80s. The first one we're doing today is actually all of the 80s movies I picked up, so some pretty cool stuff in there. I know there's a lot of 80s horror fans out there, so I got some pretty neat pickups for that. A lot of old favorites and some upgrades and some sequels, and some that I haven't seen in a long time, some that I picked up just because they sounded cool, and stuff like that. So that'll be where we're going to start today, and that's a big one. That's a big stack. So yeah, so we're going to do that, and then what? Yeah, and then I got a few others. Oh yeah, and then there's some that I have multiple stacks for like a single set. Like Hammer, for example, I've got 2 frickin' towers of new Hammer stuff. So that's going to be split across a couple of segments. Exploitation horror, I went hard, pardon the pun, with the exploitation horror, and I have like 3 or 4 stacks of those. So those are going to be, those will be a few segments as well. I've got like a sci-fi horror. I got a couple of horror franchise sections. Yeah, and then I got a few sections that are just kind of divided by boutique label. So yeah, it's all over the place. We got so much stuff to go through. So we're going to tackle at least a few of those segments today. I don't know how many we're going to get through. We got through like 8 last time, so that was pretty impressive. But they weren't, to be fair, most of those were fairly short. Some of them only had like 4 or 5 items, but I wanted to keep them kind of in their own little segment. So yeah, stick around. Got a lot of stuff. So you want the 600-hour director's cut of this update with a Fortnite epilogue. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. That actually brings me to another thing that I worked on in the past few days, was I needed to find out what the hard limits are for YouTube as far as running time and file size. And I found a definitive answer. So the longest any single video can be is about, I think it's 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 57 seconds. So not 12, as we thought. It's a little less than 12. So you may notice earlier today I pulled the last 5 minutes of the previous stream from Twitch in glorious 720p. Woohoo. But unfortunately, it's the only existing copy of that segment of the stream, so it was the only option we had. It's not like they were like spectacular visuals anyways, just me talking, but yeah. So the running time has to be under that length. So with the Omnibus edition, which will be the super long, like ridiculously long cut, at the level of quality that we're doing, so doing 4K 24 frames per second, going by the file size of the segments that I've finished editing so far, YouTube also has a limit of 256 gigabytes for your file. So it has to be less than 11 hours, 54 minutes, and under 256 gigabytes. So, at the level of quality that we're doing, there's no way I can do them as 12-hour videos. I checked. As much as I'd like to, we can't. So, I'm doing them kind of like as if they're omnibus editions, like big omnibus comics, the big hardcover editions, and you have like volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, yeah. So we're going to split it up into several volumes of omnibuses, pushing the running time as far as we possibly can. And if you're wondering what that's going to be, it's going to be, I think the maximum we can do is about 7 hours. So we're going to split it up into 7-ish hour volumes, and then each volume will be split into chapters for each segment. So that's the best I can do for you. But yeah, we are absolutely doing the big omnibus supercuts. Those are going to go up first. Well, the first thing that's going to go up is the Halloween special, which I was already looking at about 6.5 hours running time for that. So, and it's a good thing that it's not any longer than that, because then it wouldn't fit. So, yeah, so we're going to have that go up first. Then we're going to have the however many volumes of the omnibus edition of the updates. And then we're going to have the individual, like the smaller videos of each individual segment go up as well. So you'll have a variety of options for how you'd like to watch them. But the video versions are turning out great so far. I'm actually really happy with how it's going. I kind of got it down to a science. The whole plan to film everything in 4K and master everything in 8K, or in 4K, is actually, sorry, filming everything in 8K, mastering and editing everything in 4K is actually working out really well, doing digital zooms and such. I did put a little marker on the table here under the table covering, just so I have like a visual of where I need to put the items to keep them in focus in the camera. So, yeah. We're getting very organized. Did you get the big Freak set from Umbrella? No. I have some of my art in the hardcover book inside. Oh, that's cool. And is a gorgeous restoration and fantastic film. Yeah, that's one of the ones, that's a more recent release, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I haven't actually ordered anything from Umbrella since about September, I think, so I'm a little behind on some of their orders. I do have some money coming next month, though, so I'm looking to get caught up on the various boutique labels. There's a few. Hammer just announced another release. One I've actually been really hoping they would put out. Spaceways from 1953, which is actually their very first ever sci-fi movie. And it's only ever had as far as a DVD release. So I'm definitely... so this is like a full 4K restoration that they're doing. Coming out, I think it's being released in March. So, yeah, I definitely want to get my pre-order in for that one. What is my other screen doing? Oh, whatever. But yeah, actually, I've become a huge fan of Umbrella. I've picked up a ton of their box sets, which will, well, we've already covered some of them, some of the non-horror ones in earlier updates, but I got more. I got a whole bunch, and I've actually got an order on the way, the aforementioned September order. There was a couple of pre-orders in there I had to wait for, so they're finally on their way. Should arrive sometime in the next couple weeks, hopefully. So, yeah, looking forward to that. There is at least one horror title in there, and a couple of other non-horror titles. So, pretty cool. But yeah, I've never actually seen Freaked, so that might be one I'll have to check out. But yeah, that's very cool. Very cool indeed. I like to see that. I follow quite a few people over on Blue Sky who do content for the boutique labels. They do, a lot of them do video essays or written essays, commentaries, things like that. So yeah, it's neat. I like that I like that the boutique labels involve the fans as much as they do, which I think is a good way to go, because nobody's going to be more passionate about the material than the fans, right? So that's pretty cool. Arrow won this year and is looking great next year. Oh, Mortal Kombat, eh? Oh, that's definitely one I would pick up. That's needed like a revisit for a long time. Now, wouldn't it be nice if they could get the old Laserdisc commentary that's never, ever, ever been re-released since the days of Laserdisc? I would love for them to get their hands on that. Their WB deal has been a gold mine. Nice. Yeah, I have quite a few titles from Arrow. Some that we've already covered and some to be covered. Actually, I just picked up their Conan set recently, and I see they just announced Red Sonja. So we're actually going to get, like, you know, a nice set of Red Sonja to go with the Conan set. So I definitely want to pick that one up. Yeah, as I recall, there was a few titles that were announced. I don't remember off the top of my head. This is not where my headspace is at the moment. But yeah, really, really cool stuff. They're definitely doing good work. Mom. I am way out of sync. Hold on, I'm gonna... I don't know why. Like, it's not like I have a slow computer or anything. Hold on, I'm just gonna make a minor adjustment to the camera here. It's pissing me off. You guys probably won't even notice any difference on your end. Well, except that it's tiny now. That's how big 1080p is compared to 4K, by the way. Don't know the difference. Hold on a second, we'll fix this. Fix it! Boom! There we go. So not quite as crisp, but it should be cleaner. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna, I'll just be right back. So hold on. Don't mind all the ragged. It's fine. Stop. It's so annoying. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. La 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 la. Mercy. All right. Sorry, just feeling a little peckish. So I've got just had a little nibble of some leftover turkey. A little nibble. Actually, you know what? I'll just steal one of Rose's granola bars. We got some Nutri-Grain. Twilight Zone the movie. That would be nice. That's one that's definitely due for a re-release. I know some of the issue with that is the controversy surrounding it. I don't expect we would see certain behind-the-scenes footage in the extras, even though you can see it on YouTube. Man, what a tragedy. This is the strawberry kind. Is that one from Warner? I thought that was a different one. Hey JL, thanks for the resub.
Just resubscribed for 87 months. No Fortnite gameplay tonight.
No, obviously. Is it okay if I make some videos? Like, do you guys want videos? Like, you're literally the only person who ever complains that I don't play Fortnite. Like, when I'm not playing. Literally the only person. But yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get back to that. I'm kind of up to my eyeballs working on these videos right now. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Can't wait for the closer look videos. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them. There's going to be a lot of them. As we've been doing the updates, I've been setting aside the stuff that we're going to be doing closer looks. Specifically the, mostly the box sets and sort of, big collections of stuff. So, yeah, there's going to be quite a few. They'll be going up once the update's done. And then they'll be going up concurrently with the episodic version of the update. It's like we'll have the big omnibus version of the update first for people who are crazy like me and just want to watch big, massive 6 or 7 hour long episodes. And then we'll have the shorter versions, just the individual sections. And as the individual sections are going up, I'm not just going to give you a month of repeats. I'm going to give you, dressed up in a different form. I'm going to give you the first wave of closer looks and stuff as well. There will also be some package openings and probably other updates as well. So it says Arrow did Mask. It's New Line Warner title, but it's something I I can't hear. Only the chat can hear all of that. I'm on the other side of the room. I mean, I can kind of hear when you do something, but yeah. Do you think Arrow Video will do a Guyver 2 4K? I don't know. Did they do the first one? I've never really collected much of the Guyver stuff. I remember seeing the first live action movie back when it was new, and that was essentially my introduction to it. I've never seen the anime or the sequel. So, I don't know. I mean, if there's a buck to be made, maybe they will. I guess it all depends if they did. I don't even know if they did the first one, but if they did the first one, I guess it all depends how well that sells. For example, I gather their Conan sets sold quite well. They've offered them in a variety of forms for people. And now we've got Red Sonja coming out, so pretty cool. Have the Fablemans on for a bit. I don't know what that is. Arrow did Guyver 1, okay, but oddly just the PG-13 cut. What? Unearthed Films did the uncut version. Well, that's annoying. So don't bother with the Arrow version then. I hate it when shit like that happens. Like, they've dropped the ball on a few releases recently. And I don't like it when that happens. Because they're usually a pretty solid label. And pretty reliable. So when they drop the ball on a release, it's frustrating and feels unnecessary and beneath them. Yeah, Rare Arrow L. Well, that makes 3 that I can think of off the top of my head. So Guyver only getting the PG-13 cut. So Guyver only getting the PG-13 cut. Dune, what a fiasco. their Dune release. I was so mad about that, I didn't even bother with the box set. I just got the standard release that came out later just to have the movie in a better transfer. Didn't care about the book, didn't care about the box. What I cared about was the feature-length documentary that people were promised when they pre-ordered it, that wasn't ready in time for the release. So they didn't bother to push back the release a little bit because they were really wanting to hit that, have it concurrent with the release of the new movie and cash in on that recognition. And I get that, but they didn't offer anybody discounts for their pre-order. And it was like a 2-hour-long documentary. This is not an insignificant extra. And then later, they put it up on their streaming service. Still no physical release of that documentary, to my knowledge. So wait a minute. So all the people who pre-ordered it didn't get the documentary. Now if they want to see that 2-hour documentary that they were promised as a part of their pre-order that was supposed to be in the set, they got to now subscribe to your fucking streaming service and can only see it on streaming? What the shit is that, Arrow? Come on. Make that right. You should send discs out to everybody who pre-ordered it with that fucking documentary on it. So that's number 3. You beat me to it. I was just going to say, their Chucky set. Yeah, well, and that was just generally a lazy set. Like, the artwork on that is a joke. It's awful. Lazy cut and paste job. Like, copy and paste job. And the first movie's only Blu-ray. Well, Scream Factory was allowed to release the 4K. Why wasn't Arrow? And insult to injury, to further add a question to it, it's like, well, also, they used the Scream Factory really, transfers for the other 6 movies. And I'm pretty sure all the extras in that are just straight ports of the Scream Factory release as well. Like, what the fuck? That one I did get, so I could do a ragey video about it. And also because it saves a lot of shelf space. It was just a cheaper option than buying all the individual Scream Factory releases. Scream Factory didn't do a box set. They just did individual releases. And if you wanted the nice slipcover art that used to be available on all their wide releases, you had to order it through their website. Which, being in Canada, is expensive for me. So that's not an option I like to do very often. But, yeah. Well, the other boutique labels offer, like, way more incentive, I think, to order through their website. Like Umbrella with their big box sets, and Arrow with their big box sets, and Vinegar Syndrome with all their exclusives, Severin with all their exclusives. Scream Factory's, like, really gone downhill in recent years. Yeah. I think they were bought, like, by some big corporation a few years back, and now it's just all fucking bullshit. You do not get the same value from Scream Factory releases that you get from the other labels. Plain and simple. So, yeah. Oh, okay. That I did not know. Well, that makes me not feel so bad about getting the Arrow set then. So we at least got, that's so odd. Like, I mean, if you have the elements, why don't you put it in 4K? It's all so fucky. So basically what I did was I got this is going to be in one of the updates, actually. I haven't got to it yet. But anyway, a little sneak peek for you. So I got the Scream Factory for 4K of the first movie. And then I got the Arrow box set of all of them. So there's the one reason to get the Arrow set. The 4K of Seed of Chucky. Or of the unrated cut of Seed of Chucky. Yeah, I mean, Scream Factory used to be my big go-to. Especially, like, when HMV was still around. They would have sales all the time on Scream Factory titles. Like their double features were often on 2 for $20. 2 for $20! So you got 4 movies for $40. Or, no, for $20. So nowadays, anytime they do their double features, their website exclusives, limited edition. It is not like it used to be. Hello, Godzilla. I have that on my soundboard here, too. So, yeah. I don't know. And then some of the boutique labels have started using AI upscaling for their transfers. So I'm starting to wonder how long are even the boutique labels going to be an option for us. You know? Because I refuse to pay money for AI upscale bullshit. You know, not knowingly. I guess the one exception I'm making is the Doctor Who collections, because there's literally no other options. And we're really close to having all of them. So frustrating. But, I mean, the other thing with Scream Factory is they charge, like, top-tier boutique label prices for their titles, and they are not on the same level. Plain and simple. They are just not on the same... Well, yeah. See, we're in sync. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, Jacques? They really are not on the same level as other boutique labels who charge a similar price but give you way more value, you know, for your dollar. Yeah. So Arrow's good 99% of the time. Vinegar Syndrome, I have yet to be disappointed with the Vinegar Syndrome release. They are pretty damn consistent. Severin, same thing. Great label. Synapse, kind of a smaller label these days. They don't really have a ton of new stuff coming out, but when they do, they definitely put the effort in. Almost every one of their releases seems to be a passion project, you know, so... God. Will Holmes. Was there Ace Ventura 4K had 0 extras? Oh, that's great. Only the commentary from the DVD ported over, and no deleted scenes, and a poor transfer. Oh, great. Wonderful. Glad I didn't get it. That's unfortunate. I would think with something like Ace Ventura, there would be a wealth of archival stuff that they could dig into. But that's the other thing. I mean, they just don't seem to put in the effort anymore. Like they used to be. I remember back in the olden days, you know, 2008 to about 2017, Shout Factory was the shiznit, man. I mean, they were great. They could do no wrong. They communicated quite heavily with the fans. I mean, look at the Sonic Sat AM set. You know, from 2007. It's fantastic. All fan art. They also had a message board back then on their website, so you could like communicate directly with the producers and such. And I was in pretty close contact with them a lot of the time. You know, a lot of their cartoon sets I was pretty heavily involved with. And contributed stuff for my own VHS tapes and whatnot, like for the extras. And, you know, Brian Ward would like phone me. We would talk on the phone, personally, you know, and talk about upcoming releases and stuff. And he wanted my input. And, but since the buyout, like they just become this cold, faceless, greedy ass corporation. And all the passion just seems to have been sucked out of that company, you know. So I think the gods, Arrow got the mask and gave it a gorgeous new restoration and filmed new interviews. I feel bad for Ace Ventura fans getting ripped by Shout. Yeah, that's disappointing. Because I definitely enjoy those. As dated as some of the humor is, especially the first one. But, I mean, I always just generally thought the second one was better anyway. I remember seeing that in the theater, and you couldn't even hear the movie half the time because everyone was laughing so much. Yeah, it's just one, the kind of comedy like I like to refer to as exhaustively funny. Like, exhaustingly funny. Like on Christmas, Cass came out, my brother Cass, Toon Man Plays. and we decided to watch a couple movies that we had been wanting to show to each other because the other hadn't seen them. So the one that I wanted to show Cass that he had never seen was the original Naked Gun. And holy shit, I forgot just how relentlessly funny that movie is. Like, we were laughing so hard we could barely breathe through a lot of it. Like, it had been a while since I'd seen it. Need to see the sequels again. I barely remember anything about them. But I picked up the trilogy set, just the basic-ass trilogy set from Paramount. But, yeah. Great stuff. Needless to say, Cass loved it. And then the one he wanted to show me, which I had never seen, was Thank You for Smoking with Aaron Eckhart. And that was brilliant. It was so good. Really enjoyed that one a lot. And funny enough, for a movie that's all about smoking, not a single character smokes in it. You don't see anybody smoking in it. It's funny. Ace Ventura 2 is a superior sequel. Not sure if that's a hot take. No, I don't think so. I think it's legitimately a better film. Written and directed... Oh, yeah, I know the guy you're talking about. And he did that, did Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Anyway, that guy. Yeah. Well, that explains it. Yeah, he's a funny guy. And he's a writer on In Living Color. Alright, so they already probably had some rapport there. Or worked together before. That's cool. But yeah, I thought When Nature Calls was great. Also, obviously, they had a little more money to put into it, so they could go a little bigger with some of the gags and whatnot, which was pretty cool. So I guess we haven't filmed a segment since before Christmas. What date is it? It's the 28th. Yeah. Alright. A surprising amount of Doctor Who alumni. Oh yeah, Simon Callow, Ian McNeice, Sophie Okonedo, who was in it, in the Richard E. Grant story. Oh yeah, there you go. Scream of the Shalka. I feel like Ace 2 held up way better than the first. Granted, I still enjoy the first, but yeah. I'll just come right out and say it. Like, the blatantly transphobic jokes in it have not aged well. I mean, they were uncomfortable at the time anyways, kind of, but I mean, we were kind of right on the cusp of views changing at the time, and that aged badly very quickly. But the second one is more, it's more like what you would expect from Ace Ventura, rescuing animals and stuff, I mean, that's what it's all about, so. Steve Odenkirk, thank you, Ninkyo, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the guy you're talking about, Bob Odenkirk's brother. Bob Odenkirk, also terrific. Yeah. Good stuff. Wow, we've already been going for an hour and we haven't done a single thing. That's okay. Technical problems. Pleasant conversation. Tom Shadyac became a better director after Ace 1. Oh, Nutty Professor. Oh, Liar Liar. Yeah, Liar Liar was great. Nutty Professor was good too, actually. I used to have that one on Laserdisc. I never saw the one, the sort of pseudo sequel they did featuring the Clumps, but they were pretty funny in that one. That all those characters that Eddie played. That reminds me, I still need to see the second Coming to America that they did recently. Oh. Got to rewatch the first one too. Remember that one was a good one. But Liar Liar was great. That's an old timer. Watching on the TV and jumping in when I have something to say. Okay. Excellent. And you were saying Wannabe Newfie, the Complete Metropolis was your first boutique label purchase? Yeah, it might have been. It wasn't my first, but it was definitely an early one. I think it was my first Kino purchase. Kino Lorber. They're another really good label. They've really stepped up in recent years. Holy shit. I got quite a lot of stuff from Kino, actually. Older releases and more recent ones. We covered a few of them last time. A few that were upgrades. Very cool. Alright, we should probably get started here because over the course of the past few days and after my big, double whammy stream on Christmas Eve, I'm on something of a day schedule now. So, yeah. I honestly don't remember my first boutique label purchase. I want to say it was a Scream Factory release, though. Yeah, I went hard with Scream Factory when they first started because they honestly were great. The thing I liked about them was they carried a lot of obscure stuff. So I would buy a lot of movies sight unseen from them and be pleasantly surprised, discover a whole bunch of hidden gems I didn't know about. But it seems lately it's almost all commercial stuff, They just don't seem to put out a lot of obscure stuff. The last sort of big things I bought from them were all their Hammer titles. And even their Hammer titles aren't great, like a lot of the time. They're better than, the Mill Creek ones. But there's other releases from other companies that are even better still, And since going fully region-free, I now have the option to get a lot of those releases that I didn't before. So, yeah. Now, of course, with Hammer being its own in-house boutique label, they're just making sure everything gets the royal treatment, Great stuff. The window box blue of Dawn of the Dead. Oh, yeah, I actually do have a lot of the old white box Arrow releases. See, now back then, that was before Arrow started doing their own transfers, so a lot of those early releases actually had problematic transfers, DNR to shit and whatnot. I have the white box version of Day of the Dead, and that was quite a heavily DNR'd one. I since got, I think it's the Scream Factory release, and that one was a much better edition. So, as for the, and I also have the remake of Dawn of the Dead through Scream Factory, and they include the DVD version, which has all the extras. So, yeah. And then, spoiler, one of the things I also got was the recent Second Sight release of Dawn of the Dead, which is basically the Blu-ray version of the Ultimate Edition that came out years ago with, a bunch of new stuff as well. Or is it 4K? I think it's 4K. At least it's 4K for some of the cuts anyway. But anyway, finally having them in high def, so that's pretty nice. That seemed like it was a long time coming. Well, it's a moot point. I bought the Scream 4K like 8 years ago, so I bought it when it was new. I have the now highly sought after slipcover for it, so at the time it was our only option, or the best option at the time. So bear in mind, I've been collecting a long time, so my boutique label representation spans a few generations of them now. So, like for example, some of the stuff I got in recent purchases were Kino Lorber releases from about 12 years ago. I won't say specifically what, because they're going to be a pretty big topic. But a lot of those films also got re-releases, 4K re-releases, remasters, re-releases, collector's editions through Indicator. So the thing is, the Kino Lorber collection was a set with spine numbers and like a very specific branded collection that I wanted to get. So I got both. So I double dipped on those. So, yeah. So sometimes it's not just about which one is the superior release, it's also about being a completionist in certain regards, you know, so I can be a little bit obsessive in that respect. But Day of the Dead, I mean, people are going to hate me, but here's a hot take. Day of the Dead was never my favorite of the original trilogy. Which is hilarious, apparently. Thank you, Rositas. Day of the Dead was never my favorite. That would be Dawn of the Dead. Dawn was always my favorite of the original three. I also love Night. Yeah, so for me, Day of the Dead is okay. It's not one I would go out of my way to get like the Ultimate Edition of necessarily, but the first and second ones definitely. Like I have the Criterion Blu-ray. I should probably upgrade to the 4K at some point of Night, and then I have the second set of Dawn. And yeah, so I don't know. I might pick up the Dawn set at some point just to have everything in ultimate form, but yeah. I actually did just recently finish like reacquiring all of the other ones as well, so I now have all 6 or 7 or however many there were that Romero did. One thing I really want to pick up, speaking of George Romero, is one of Vinegar Syndrome's partner labels recently put out a documentary, kind of like Jodorowsky's Dune, but about the movie that never was. But this one's about Romero's Resident Evil. So it's about the Resident Evil movie that he was, hoping to make and sadly never did. Yeah, that documentary flew out the door. The limited edition slipcover version sold out almost instantly. And last I saw, the regular edition only had 80 copies left, and that was a few days ago. It's probably all gone now. So unless they do a re-release, I guess I missed it. Can't buy what you don't have money for at the time, so it's just bad timing as far as the release went with regards to where my budget was at the time. So I meant Scream Factory found the interpositive of Day and released a 4K, but Second Sight has the UK license, so it will be a better release and match their Dawn set. Oh, okay, gotcha. We're back on Anchor Bay. Yeah, Anchor Bay. Yeah, for DVD especially. It was the go-to label for obscure movies and foreign films. Yeah, and then I think they had some internal politics bullshit go on, and they turned into Stars or something, and yeah, I think greed killed Anchor Bay. Very badly mismanaged, and internal politics and falling outs and bullshit. And, the good thing they had going basically became nothing. So, yeah. Most of my original Dario Argento collection on DVD was from Anchor Bay. So, love a documentary on George A. Romero's screenplay for Stephen King's It. It's going to be an 8-hour epic. Oh, that'd be cool. Well, maybe since this Resident Evil one did well, maybe we'll see something about that as well. Just hilarious. And now Lionsgate has the rights to their stuff. Great. Well, I mean, most of the Argento stuff since has been re-released in newly remastered editions from other boutique labels. Like Arrow put out a bunch of them, Synapse put out a couple, Severin put out some, I think. Vinegar Syndrome has actually got a bunch of Argentos. I've got most of them so far. I think there's a couple more that just came out recently. I was gonna get them over Christmas, but Christmas was they shelved all of their Vinegar Syndrome releases to put a spotlight on their partners. It's their partner month. Honestly, I fucking hate that. Like, I get why they do it, but I fucking hate it. And the reason is, I mean, I know this doesn't go for everybody, but for me personally, I support their partner labels constantly. Like, I never neglect their partner labels. I'm always buying stuff from their partner labels. Whenever I shop at Vinegar Syndrome, it's not just about shopping at Vinegar Syndrome, it's about shopping at everything. All the partner labels, I check everything that's there, you know, with a fine-tooth comb, and I get stuff from all of them. So, I don't see why it has to be an entire month. And December, of all things. Like, why don't they just do it for a couple of weeks or something? Why does it have to be a whole fucking month? So, I had a bunch of stuff in my cart, which just disappeared because it was partner month. I was trying to look up some information about one of the releases I bought from them recently to, you know, confirm some information for the update video where I was talking about it, and I couldn't because the listing was inaccessible, even though it was in my orders. So until partner month is over, I can't look at any of that information. It's fucking annoying. Anyway. Yes, Synapse. I just picked up that 4K recently, and I gifted the Blu-ray version to a friend of mine. That's what I mean. Like, with Synapse, they're a smaller label, and they don't have as massive a library as some of the other bigger boutique labels. But man, like, they just can do no wrong. Like, every single one of their releases is a passion project, and they put in the effort, you know. I got a whole bunch of stuff from them, actually. I honestly wish they did more because I love their work. But yeah, their Synapse is terrific. Love their stuff. I got their edition of Manos, The Hands of Fate, as well. Even that's great. So, well, I can't hear them like clear as a bell, but I can hear when he triggers them. I can hear Rosita's wheeze laughing from across the room. It's that loud. So I'm sure you guys are really enjoying it. I do appreciate all the bits, though, dude. We're coming up to the end of the month, and we got to get some contributions in, or, you know, might be in trouble for the first bit of January. I'm curious if the Warner Brothers library, which is massive, will be stuffed into a vault after the whole merger takeover thing occurred. Yeah, with Netflix. Yeah, it looked like the Paramount bid got blocked. Thank fucking Christ for that. Paramount is really going down the shitter right now. And CBS. But, yeah, I don't mind Netflix getting them simply because it will mean, you know, they'll have access to a huge library for their streaming content. The question is, how much of it are they going to put on their streaming service? And as you say, what does that mean for physical media? Because Netflix is just really resistant to putting stuff out on physical media. And I think we're all fearful of what might happen. Especially, like, Warner Archive. Like, I would be just choked if they, like, closed Warner Archive or something like that, you know? I mean... Oh, is that... I knew somebody was putting it out. I couldn't remember who it was. Yeah, Fright Night 2. Finally. So it's Synapse. Synapse and Redshirt. Okay, good. I know it's in good hands then. That makes me happy. And Prom Night 2. Very nice. I will absolutely pick those up. And a 4K of Frankenhooker. Nice. I have the Arrow edition of that, the Blu-ray. There was a couple different editions. I went with the Arrow one because it looked like the better one. So, I think they both use the same transfer. I can't remember. David Zaslav. Yeah, they're keeping Zaslav.
Can the world just stop being run by the absolute shittiest people in all of existence? Like, please? I'm really tired of every aspect of our lives being controlled by horrible, shitty, abhorrent people. Just tear it all down and start over. Anyway, good news about Fright Night and Prom Night. Yeah, I have I just picked up the first Fright Night, finally. 4K edition. Lovely steelbook. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't even opened it yet. In fact, is that in this stack? Maybe? You'd think it would be with the... no, I can't remember. Anyway. It's in there somewhere. Yeah, instead of idiocracy, we have an assholeocracy. Yeah. Well, and an idiocracy. An idiocracy keeping the assholeocracy in power. So, if we just stop worshipping billionaires, they really do not have our best interests at heart. At all. And that's why I'm so thankful of Arrow getting that Warner deal, so we're getting amazing releases of the Warner library for now. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's also like Universal. Universal has been quite receptive to licensing a lot of their stuff out to the boutique labels. So we've got some very nice, releases from their library. I mean, even Mill Creek. Mill Creek had a bunch of Universal titles. You know, a lot of their TV shows, a bunch of movies. Which, at least they're cheap. But, yeah. But yeah, I remember, like, Scream Factory got a bunch of Universal stuff as well. I don't know if you saw my last update, or last part of the update. It was quite a lengthy haul. But, one of the things I talked about was Cat People. And how the original Scream Factory Blu-ray release was just a transfer that Universal had sent them, and it was DNR'd all to shit, so I did not bother. I didn't waste my money on that one. But then the 4K got a new transfer, which apparently looks great, so I got that one. So Freaked is a Fox Disney title. That's interesting. How much did Umbrella convince... get it from their hand? I don't know. Well, also, I mean, it's Australia, right? So, I mean, sometimes sometimes the rights issues aren't as complex in other countries. Like, I know, for example, in the UK, they've been able to release stuff with a little more ease than they've been able to do so domestically. Case in point, there was like a franchise collection of all the Terminator films in the UK years before we got anything like that here. The reason being, all the movies are owned by different studios. You know, a good chunk of them are Warner, but the earlier ones are owned by, I think one's MGM and one is someone else. So, yeah. So I think it was when Cameron recovered the rights to the Terminator franchise. Around that time, they were able to finally do like a collected set here. But overseas, it wasn't as sticky for some reason. They were able to do a collection a number of years ago. So, I don't know. It's weird. It always cracked me up reading the Sony email leaks. Oh, God. Where Amy bragged about throwing a sandwich at Kevin Feige when he begged them to bring Spidey into the MCU. What? Why would they... why would anyone think that's a bad idea? Like, I mean, come on. Obviously, you want Spider-Man in the frickin' Marvel Universe. You know, Marvel Cinematic Universe. So, here in the UK, we... also can get the Evil Dead trilogy in one set. Yeah, that's another good example, actually. Yeah, that one's always separate over here. Because Army of Darkness isn't Universal. Oh, it isn't Universal? It is here, I guess that's just the strange mysteries of distribution and whatnot. But I mean, Evil Dead's always kind of been a mess in that respect. Like even like the movies themselves, that's why they have the big intro at the beginning of Evil Dead 2, is because the makers of the film didn't have the rights to their previous film. So so ridiculous. Reading those leaked emails, the heads at Sony are fucking assholes. Her, Rothman, and Avi Arad. I do wonder, had the Sony leaks not happened, would we have had Spidey in the MCU? Interesting. So you think it might have been they just did it to save face? Well, glad that worked out in the end, because, I mean, we got a pretty good Spider-Man out of it, and we got some pretty fun movies. So, Studio Canal owns every Evil Dead title, including the TV show, internationally, except Army, a deal made last year. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Studio Canal's been stepping up a lot recently, too. They've got some Hammer films coming out that Hammer themselves has been promoting. I might pick those up, although I'm kind of leaning more towards the in-house ones because they look terrific together, and are also like just ridiculously loaded with stuff. I did pick up their 4K of Ran. Nice to finally have a high def version of Ran, the Akira Kurosawa film, and yeah. I can't. There was something else they put out that I had my eye on. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't remember. Something. Anyway, they're a pretty good label too. Well then, I think I will go for a puff, and then we will begin. Before I get too tired. And Rose is at work for another hour and a half or so, so gotta take advantage of the peace and quiet while we can. Alright folks, enjoy some clips for a little bit. And I'm knocking things over. That's not good. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. Enjoy some clips. And I'll be back shortly. Don't touch that dial. Oh. You got company over there. Okay, never mind. Let's stomp this guy. You don't count? You're not an actual... Oh, wow. Really? Come on. Because you were part of the cinematic, you don't actually exist as a stompable corpse? Lame. That should have been a gimme. Oh well. Not trying to edit you or anything, or on the fly.
What you doing, bud? But anyway, I'm very excited. And honestly,
I can tell.
A lot of the stuff in there I will probably get for when I move out.
Yeah.
Because, like, cutesy home appliance stuff.
Sure. You just fart.
Gotta add another one to the roster.
Oh my god. Cutesy kawaii. It's Johnny Silverhand.
Ah, fuck him down.
Yeah, it's a whole trio. It's a whole team. Yeah. Chuck, where are you? Jail's going in alone.
Yeah.
With no weapons.
What? What?
Fuck.
Why did you just run towards the enemies when you had no... They hit each other. And they're fighting. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. Jeez, I can't even see what's going on.
Fucking Emperor Palpatine here. Let me just see what I've got here. Maybe I've got to scroll for
Something.
Something.
Resisting electricity would probably be a good one. But I never have any of those. I never use any of them. I usually just sell them. Like, it's so specific. Fuck that. I'm never gonna need that.
All those resist shock potions.
So yeah, we did the first 5 episodes last week. It was really awesome. I hope more people come to more of the screenings. And that is on our Discord. Our Discord. Oh, hi, Wolf Den. How you doing? Want to come grind out some levels with me? Unless you're trying to keep your kid from spitting in your taco again.
Oh, that looked tasty. Tasty. Alright, so just looking at the pile over here, there's a couple I'd like to move over to the franchise collection stacks. They're kind of... yeah. Let me look here. Hold on. Ugh. What do we got here? So most of these are singles. Let's see. There's a ton here I'm dying to watch, so I want to get the updates done. So I can actually start watching everything. Yeah, we'll take these ones off. Set them aside. I don't know. Would you consider Carrie to be a franchise? I feel like they're not really. They're all just kind of every so often they do another Carrie movie. I don't really consider that a franchise per se. We'll just leave that one in there. Let's see. Yeah, and all the rest of these I think are good. Why is that one in there? That's not. Hold on a second. Is this 80s? I thought this was earlier. It's, no, 1980. That qualifies. Okay. And the other one. Oh yeah, this is not an 80s film, but it's about the 80s. So yeah, okay. All right, we can let that one go. That's fine. Okay. We have such a mix of stuff here. Whoa. There's really not a lot of room to move around. Yeah, I don't think so either, Scott. I agree. It's just a bunch of standalones and pseudo sequels and remakes and a lot of remakes, actually. Is that back far enough? There we go. Is it? See, Jonker says same shit with Evil Dead happened. With Ash vs. Evil Dead, they were able to use footage from Evil Dead 1 and 2, but not Army of Darkness. So all references to it are very under the radar. Biggest change being they changed S-Mart to Value Shop. Oh my god. Like, how do you even make a catchphrase out of that? At least with S-Mart, it's like, shop smart, shop S-Mart. Like, get good value at Value Shop. It just isn't the same. A TV movie, possibly. There's a sequel, Carrie 2: The Rage. There's like a 90s remake, that might be a TV movie. And then there's the Chloe Grace Moretz one, which I thought was really good, actually. I liked that one. So, yeah. Oh. Okay. So there's apparently a Mike Flanagan-helmed TV series adaptation coming out. Well, I'm definitely down for Mike Flanagan tackling more Stephen King material. Loved Dr. Sleep. That was great. And I've loved all the shows he's done. You know. Actually, the two Hauntings. He managed to talk Netflix into giving him physical releases of those. But no physical release of Midnight Mass, which was brilliant. So. Oh, really? The Rage Carrie 2 is an interesting sequel. The bullies are far more despicable than the original. Wow, that's saying something, because they were pretty despicable in the original. Cool. Well, I look forward to checking that one out. Alright, well, shall we get into some 80s horror? Oh my god. I swear if that comes through on the camera. Well, and it functions both, like it's a sequel to Kubrick's Shining and manages to adapt many of the bits from the book that Kubrick left out and still have it all connect together. Like, it's incredible. Even Stephen King was like, wow, how did you do this? What did I come over here for? I don't even remember. Why am I here? What am I doing? I'm so confused. I came over here for something. What was it? Stephen King loves mental patient bullies and death of children in his books. Well, yeah, because it's horrifying. You know? Nothing bothers you more than, or bothers people more than seeing innocents, harassed by horror things. So, yeah. Oh, I came over here to start the camera. That's what it was. Yeah, that would help, eh? I also need to double check the focus because I think I shifted things around since I adjusted it earlier.
I like how whenever you do the Rositas one, it has the emote of Rositas as well. Okay, so let's see. Just gonna this is a good one. This won't be a spoiler because I already put it in an update. We have the lovely Umbrella edition of Hardware. So we want it to go right there. I'm just gonna fire up the camera. And adjust le focus. Can we pull it back? Just barely. Okay. Now. Actually looks pretty good. Okay. Looks good. We're also going to simplify our intros for the episodic version because I realized I was being very redundant. Yes. Okay. Time to get into character. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 11. Wow, we've done 11 parts already. It's crazy. We're not even halfway yet. Oh, yeah, we got a long way to go. Part 11 of the biggest horror update ever. Well, today we're going to be visiting one of my all-time favorite eras, the 80s. Oh, yeah. Whole bunch of 80s goodness. Let's get right to it. There's quite a stack to go through, so let's check it out. The 80s, today, on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. I don't have a remote control for the camera, so alrighty, so next up, my favorite era, a very innovative and cutting-edge era in many ways, the 80s. I'm a child who was born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s, Generation X baby, whatever. So some of these are familiar to me from growing up in that era. Others I heard of and wanted to check out. Yeah, let's just get right to it. We got a lot to cover. We'll talk about them as we go. First up, let's see. Let's start with this one here. This was one I picked up sight unseen. It just sounded like a fun gothic horror one from... When is it from?
From 1981, we have Frightmare from Vinegar Syndrome. Yes. I think there's a couple movies called Frightmare. There's a Pete Walker film called Frightmare as well. That is not this one. This is the other Frightmare. So, slide that out of there. Lovely, lovely slipcover. So just take a look at the cover there. I don't know why I'm showing the slipcover again. Because it's gorgeous, that's why. And there you go. So, Frightmare, the ultimate nightmare. What's this one about? Konrad Radzov, played by Ferdy Mayne, was the biggest name in horror movies for decades, until one day he died of a heart attack. Determined to celebrate his life and death, members of a local horror film society steal his freshly buried corpse and decide to host a party. Oh my god, it's like Weekend at Bernie's, the horror version. In his honor, and they at their old and lavish mansion. Unaware that Radzov's interest in horror extended beyond the silver screen and into the black arts. His corpse is soon reanimated, and he begins exacting a bloody revenge against those who disturbed his final resting place. Slyly combining 80s slasher tropes with an insightful and self-reflective look at the meaning of horror movies and death itself, Norman Thaddeus Vane's Frightmare, originally known as The Horror Star, is a quick-witted and suspenseful tribute to classic horror cinema. With captivating cinematography by Joel King from Just Before Dawn, and supporting performances from Jeffrey Combs, always loved Jeffrey Combs, from Reanimator. This actually is well before he did Reanimator as well. Luca Bercovici and Leon Askin. Frightmare has been newly restored from its original camera negative and is coming to Blu-ray for the very first time. Very cool. So, I mean, that sounds like a blast, and, you know, right up my alley. So, couldn't pass that one up. That is Frightmare from Vinegar Syndrome. It's one of Vinegar Syndrome's in-house titles. Next up, we have The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Miss Osborne. Now, I'm all about getting any and all versions of anything to do with the classic horror stories and classic horror monsters and such. So, you know, if I see Dr. Jekyll in there, I'm going to grab it, even if I haven't heard of it before. So this one's from Arrow Video. Originally came out in 1981. So there you go. And this actually stars Udo Kier as Dr. Jekyll. I mean, doubly sold, you know. So yeah, good stuff. Looking forward to checking that one out. Next up, in the chat here in the live stream, we were just talking about Stephen King. So of course I needed to get his absolute magnum opus, his cocaine-fueled fit of madness, his directorial debut, and his only directorial film that he's directed, Maximum Overdrive. Yes. Which, funny enough, I have actually never seen. I do remember seeing the trailers back when it originally came out, and thought it looked like fun, but I never got around to seeing it. And I think this is, yeah, it's the same artwork on the insert as well. It's not like a reversible cover or anything, is it? No, it's not a reversible cover. So, I mean, what can I say about Maximum Overdrive? Even Stephen King himself basically disavows this, and people ask him why he's never directed another movie since then. He's like, well, go watch Maximum Overdrive, and then you'll know why. So, he's freely admitted he was just ripped on cocaine the whole time he was making this, and apparently it's batshit crazy fun. And who doesn't love that Green Goblin truck, eh? What an iconic image. Great stuff. I think that recently got restored by some fans, too. Pretty cool. Next up, I have, been so slacking on getting this one in any home video form. I don't know why. Well, you guys saw the comic book in the Halloween special. Well, now you can see the movie based on my comic book, Fright Night. Yeah, no relation, obviously. I will freely admit, when I was 13, having done Fright Night the comic when I was 12, I was so pissed off when this movie came out and cribbed the title. I was like, but I did Fright Night. That's my title. But, I mean, honestly, it's a pretty generic title for horror movie host show. And that's where I got the idea from. That's where they got the idea from. So, yeah, whatever. Anyway, good old Fright Night. Lots of fun. Great vampire movie. I mean, it really needs no introduction. This is the 4K edition. Beautiful steel book. I have not opened this up yet. We'll probably do a little closer look at it because why not? And notable that Synapse Films, in partnership with another label, apparently recently untangled the rights mess that has prevented Fright Night 2 from getting any kind of release for many, many years. And we'll be seeing that get the high-def treatment very soon as well. So it seemed like a good time to finally get off my butt and get Fright Night. Yeah, I know. Twilight Time put out an edition of this. Twilight Time put out another edition of it that was an encore edition. Sony put out a 30th anniversary edition shortly after that. And then I just kept not getting it or missing them because they were limited editions and just sold out instantly. So anyway, finally have Fright Night in the collection. Beautiful 4K. Looking forward to seeing it again. I don't think I've actually seen it since the 80s. So that'll be fun. Next up we have, this is one of the Video Nasties, the famous Video Nasties from the 80s. We have Bloody Moon from Severin, yes. Severin is on a mission to put out every single Video Nasty ever. And, well, they put out quite a few of them so far. So here we go. Classic bit of Euro sleaze. Gotta love it. When is this one from? This is from 1981. Friday was 1985, I think I mentioned. Yeah, so as the body count genre stabbed its way into audiences' hearts in the early 80s, Eurotrash auteur Jess Franco, Sadomania... Oh, is this a Jess Franco? Oh, shit, I didn't even know this was a Jess Franco. Oh, this is going to be good. Jess Franco, Sadomania, Mansion of the Living Dead, to name very few. He did so many movies. Was asked to create his own saga of slaughtered schoolgirls, complete with gratuitous nudity, graphic violence, and gory set pieces. Awesome. But just when you thought you'd seen it all, Franco shocked the world by delivering surprising style, genuine suspense, and a cavalcade of depravity that includes incest, voyeurism, and roller disco. It's quite a combination. The luscious Olivia Pascal of Vanessa fame stars in this twisted thriller that was banned in England, yet is now presented uncut and uncensored, including the complete Stone Mill power saw sequence for the first time ever on Blu-ray. Bloody Moon. There you go. Gotta love it. Yeah, I'm definitely keen to get as many of the Video Nasties as possible. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. I've got another title in there that kind of relates to those, so yeah. Next up, we have Sphinx. This was one that I just read the back of and thought it sounded interesting, and I love me some ancient Egypt stuff. Surprise, surprise. Whether it be killer mummies or ancient curses or just cool shots of the pyramids, you know, I'm just all about that stuff. So, there we go. So, Sphinx is... Who's that? Leslie Ann Down and Frank Langella. Well, there's another reason to get it. Based on the novel by Robin Cook. Someone is hunting tourists out of season in this adventure thriller directed by Franklin J. Schaffner of Planet of the Apes, Patton, Papillon, and The Boys from Brazil. And starring Leslie Ann Down from The Great Train Robbery, Frank Langella from, of course, Dracula, and, well, he was Skeletor in the Masters of the Universe movie, and John Gielgud, Murder on the Orient Express. I mostly remember John Gielgud as the sarcastic butler to in Arthur to it was Dudley Moore. Dudley Moore's Arthur, which was hilarious. A beautiful, dedicated Egyptologist finds her life threatened many times while traveling from Cairo to Luxor's Valley of the Kings. She's in search of a mysterious tomb of riches, which also holds great interest for black marketeers. Based on a novel by Robin Cook, this riveting film delivers twists, turns, and a tale of intrigue you won't soon forget. So this is a Scream Factory release, very light on extras, i.e. none. We have a new 2K scan of the Interpositive and the theatrical trailer. Woo! Don't go all out there. Don't hurt yourselves there, Scream Factory. Anyway, cool. Next up, we have Peter Weller in Of Unknown Origin. Oh, sorry, I gotta give you the years, don't I? 1981 again for Sphinx. of unknown origin. And this one's from 1983. There we go. Very cool. If it can't scare them to death, it will find another way. Oh, it's another Scream Factory? Yeah, it's another Scream Factory release. This actually has quite a chunk of extras. A couple of commentaries. It's got a commentary and some interviews. And 2K scan of the Interpositive again. So it says, when not mired in the corporate rat race, Wall Street executive Bart Hughes is king of his sleek Manhattan brownstone until he finds his castle under siege by the most determined of home intruders. Forced to enter a rat race of an entirely different sort, Bart takes a stand with his survival and sanity at stake. This almost sounds like Assault on Precinct 13, but in a brownstone. Peter Weller, RoboCop, of course, and Sons of Anarchy. He was also a fantastic world-weary Batman in the animated adaptation of The Dark Knight Returns. An eerie and nerve-tingling suspense thriller directed by George P. Cosmatos, who did Tombstone and Cobra, and the winner of the Paris Film Festival Awards for Best Picture and Actor. Cleverly and compellingly, the film draws you into a battle of wits, namely one with an intruder that's formidable, persistent, and clever enough to lure Bart along a relentless path to self-destruction. In the battle of man versus beast, push has come to scream. Is that supposed to be a play on Push Comes to Shove? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Scream Factory. I feel like some of the other boutique labels write way better copy. Anyway, carrying on. Obsessive fandom in the form of The Fan. When was this one? 1983, we already said. Yes, The Fan is, again, from 1981. And there we go. The story of a great star and a fan who went too far. Yes, Hollywood legend Lauren Bacall and Michael Biehn from The Terminator, of course, tear up the screen in the edge-of-your-seat thriller The Fan. Sally Ross, played by Bacall, is a renowned Broadway star, glamorous celebrity, and the object of adoration for countless admirers. But among all the loving little people lurks a young man, Biehn. Oh, Michael Biehn plays the obsessive fan. He's so good at playing crazy, by the way. If you've ever seen... he's just Terminator. He's very driven and like obsessive and kind of crazy in that. But even more so in The Abyss. He's like the big bad in The Abyss. Whose devotion teeters on the edge of madness. His impassioned letters to her are initially a source of pleasure, but as he attempts to realize his ultimate fantasy and is met with rejection, the stakes are raised to terrifying heights, which might bring the final curtain for Sally. Also starring James Garner, Maureen Stapleton, and Hector Elizondo. The Fan is a twisted tale of fame and obsession you'll never forget. Oh yeah, like so many like Insta sales for me there. Like, you know, I love, well, James Garner especially. I mean, I'm all about the Rockford Files. So that's The Fan from 1981, Scream Factory edition. A nice selection of extras on there, as you probably saw. And I just realized you probably can't see things too well because I forgot to put the white light on. Sorry about that. Hope you enjoyed how colorful everything was. Next up, big deluxe edition of, when is this from? 1980, I think? Yes. Big deluxe edition of Dr. Butcher, MD. Yes. Which I think I saw back in the day. Like, I vaguely remember seeing something about a crazy doctor. It wasn't Dr. Giggles. I saw that one as well. But no, it was something else. It was an earlier one, lower budget. Anyway, it might have been this one. I don't remember. But I just remember renting a movie with a friend of mine, and I was sure it was this one. And there was an intro at the top of it with one of the effects guys, I guess. And he was talking about how they would judge, you know, their movies by how many buckets of fake blood they went through. So this was like a 3-bucket movie or something. I forget. But if that was this one. So every time I see one of these crazy doctor movies, I'm trying to see if it was the same one. So I'm guessing it also goes by the title of Zombie Holocaust, because we have that title on the back here. Unless that's like a whole other movie. Let's see here. I don't know. Was this another video nasty? It says it sparked riots on 42nd Street, spawned a generation of gorehounds on VHS, forever set an insane standard for Italian zombie/cannibal carnage worldwide, and is now presented in UHD. Ian McCullough from Zombie 2, you guys might know, Lucio Fulci's film. Alexandra Delicoli from New York Ripper, Sherry Buchanan from Tentacles, and Donald O'Brien from Emmanuel and the Last Cannibals. Severin actually just put out a bunch of massive Emmanuel sets, if you're a fan of those. Star in this unabashed Eurotrash orgy of gut-munching, eyeball-gouging, and face-chopping, originally known as Zombie Holocaust, which a notorious American distributor would then re-edit, retitle as Dr. Butcher MD, and re-release as a certified grindhouse masterpiece. Severin Films now presents both films, scanned in 4K from its original vault elements discovered in Manhattan and Rome, with 4 hours of archival and all new special features that reveal the unbelievable truth behind its bizarre history, infamous marketing, and still deviant legacy. That is how you do a fucking special edition. Thank you, Severin. Let me look at that. You know? That's the way you do it. I love Severin, honestly. They've fast become one of my top favorite boutique labels. They do some amazing work. Amazing work. We'll be talking about them a lot over the course of this update, by the way. Next up, we have The Island, which I think, is this a Peter Benchley one? Yes, based on Peter Benchley novel. Peter Benchley was, of course, the original writer of Jaws, so I wanted to get this one as another one of his ocean thriller ones. There we go. The Island. And this was 1980 again. Starring Michael Caine from the Dark Knight trilogy, if you've ever heard of that. Stars as Blair Maynard, an investigative writer who takes on one of the most baffling mysteries, the disappearance of boats and their passengers in the Caribbean. During his investigation, he and his son are captured by raiding pirates led by David Warner from Time After Time. Interesting that they mentioned Time After Time. That's like one of the most obscure David Warner films, and one that I really need to pick up. I think Warner Archive put it out. But basically, Time After Time was a time travel story starring Malcolm McDowell in a rare non-villain role as H.G. Wells, and David Warner as Jack the Ripper. So in the story, H.G. Wells didn't just write a book about a time machine, he actually invented a functioning, working, actual time machine. And it turns out one of his buddies is actually Jack the Ripper. So Jack gets a hold of the time machine and uses it to escape Victorian London, hence why he was never caught, into the modern world of 1979. So H.G. Wells follows on after him, hooks up with a sexy young Mary Steenburgen, and has to stop him in modern day 1979. It's such a great film, and it just, nobody ever talks about it. But yeah, Time After Time, definitely check that one out if you get a chance. When his son is converted to the pirates' barbarian ways and turns against him, Blair must come to his rescue in this action-packed thriller written by Peter Benchley of Jaws. Very cool. Yeah, so I mean, that sounds great. So sign me up. There we go. And that is another Scream Factory. Yeah, another Scream Factory. I can actually tell from the copy that it's Scream Factory because it's like okay copy. Next up, we have James Spader. Speaking of Jack the Ripper, this was not planned, by the way. That's completely coincidental. James Spader, Jack's back. Yeah, so James Spader as Jack the Ripper. Great stuff. I love James Spader, honestly. My introduction to him was, a lot of people say it was like his 80s movies where he played like preppy assholes. But no, it was actually Sex, Lies, and Videotape was the one I first remember seeing him in, the one that put him on the map for him. I thought his acting in that was just fantastic, and like his dialogue delivery was just very natural and believable, and he played a quirky yet strangely likable character. He was the only character in that movie who didn't lie. He was like completely honest and kind of blunt about things, quite frankly, while everyone else was trying to like out deceive everybody else in it. It's a great movie, Sex, Lies, and Videotape. 100 years ago, Jack the Ripper slashed his way through London's red light district. Now a modern-day maniac is honoring the event by mutilating LA's ladies of the evening. Has Jack the Ripper been reborn? The police are stumped, and the prostitutes of LA are scared. The only person with a chance of solving the murders has a problem of his own. He's the LAPD's #1 suspect. James Spader, The Blacklist, and Avengers Age of Ultron. They pick like the most commercial stuff other than Time After Time. It's so odd. Anyway. And Cynthia Gibb, Death Warrant, and Youngblood stars in this taut mystery thriller written and directed by Rowdy Harrington of Roadhouse. Yeah. So, yeah, we got a nice selection of interviews, and we got a commentary on here. Yeah, anyway, Jack's back. This one's from 1988. That's another one. Anything to do with Jack the Ripper or time travel or stuff like that, I'm there. Next up, we have some 80s style anthology horror with Dead Time Stories. Yeah, and this one's from 1986. And here we go. Very nice. Dead Time Stories. Your favorite nightmares come to life in a salute to the age-old bedtime story ritual. Travel on a mysterious journey to a medieval world populated by blood-crazed witches, evil experiments, and captive maidens. Then, from the catacombs and dark caverns of medieval Europe, you'll plunge into modern suburbia and the adventures of a female jogger stalked by a savage werewolf. Finally, sensuality will become macabre, black comedy, as you follow the trail of 3 bank robbers who share their country house hideaway with a sweet murderess. Well, that sounds fun. And we got, Scott Valentine is in this. I remember him from 80s sitcoms. So there you go. Dead Time Stories from Scream Factory once again. Next up we have, is this a Synapse one? Yeah, Synapse Films release. I've heard this is a fun one. I've never seen it. And, it just sounded quintessentially 80s to me. We have Popcorn in the lovely limited edition Steelbook. Couldn't pass that one up. They put out a few different editions of this one. This seemed like the prettiest one. This is from... this is from 1991. My bad. I thought this was 80s. It's actually early 90s. Oh well, I don't think you really care. What could be scarier than an all-night horror-thon? A group of film students finds out when they stage just such an event in an abandoned movie palace. In addition to the 3 features, Mosquito, The Attack of the Amazing Electrified Man, and The Stench, they discover a bizarre short film called The Possessor, whose creator, Leonard Gates, killed his family and set the theater on fire after its first showing. Maggie, Jill Sholin from The Stepfather, has been having frightening dreams that seem to be connected to the Possessor. And as the festival proceeds, the nightmare comes true for her and her friends as they are stalked and slain by a mysterious killer. Has Gates survived to continue the Possessor's deadly legacy? A loving homage to 50s and 60s B-movies, the trio of flicks shown at the Horror-thon all have accompanying William Castle-style gimmicks. We talked a bit about those gimmicks a few segments ago. Popcorn is also an insanely fun horror comedy in its own right. Pseudonymously written by Alan Ormsby. Oh my god, Alan Ormsby again. Love Alan Ormsby. He was in Children Play with Dead Things and wrote that book that I, was so formative for me as a kid. Cat People and Death Stream. Oh, did he write Cat People as well? It's like the 6 degrees of Alan Ormsby in this update, I swear. Anyway, who directed the films within the film, it celebrates the joys of old-fashioned creature features in 80s-style stalk and slay, with a great cast additionally including D. Wallace Stone from The Howling, Tony Roberts from Amityville 3D, Ray Walston from The Stand, and many other things, my favorite Martian for one, Malcolm Danare from Christine, and Kelly Jo Minter from A Nightmare on Elm Street 5. The best one of all the Nightmare on Elm Street. No, not really, but it has some good kills in it. Pop some popcorn of your own and settle in to watch this new high-definition transfer, which comes with a box full of bonus features. Yeah, quite a lot of stuff on there, as you can see. Very cool. Yes. Don't mind me reading all the backs, by the way. Most of these I haven't seen. I wanted to expand my 80s repertoire beyond the, favorites that I talk about all the time. And, there were definitely some notable ones and some interesting obscurities that, I came across in my travels, and I'm happy to pass that info along to you. And I mean, honestly, you can't beat the copy on some of these. They're just so well written. Next up, we have Dead End Drive-In. See a theme here. We got, like, movies set at movie theaters. This one's from 1996. Have we like sneakily gone into the 90s? I guess maybe maybe I themed them. I set up all these piles so long ago, I don't remember. So this is Dead End Drive-In from Arrow Video. So one of Quentin Tarantino's favorite directors, take that how you will, Brian Trenchard Smith was a key figure in the Ozploitation movement, responsible for The Man from Hong Kong, Stunt Rock, Turkey Shoot, BMX Bandits, and dystopian cult classic Dead End Drive-In. Ooh, dystopian. You always have me at dystopian or post-apocalyptic. Set in a near future where the economy has crumbled and violent gangs play havoc in the streets. Okay, I'll need to put this in my dystopian sci-fi section. I didn't realize. The powers that be have decided to lure the delinquent youth into drive-in cinemas to keep them there. No longer just a place to watch trashy movies and make out, these outdoor picture shows have become concentration camps for the unruly and unwanted. With its day-glow color scheme, new wave soundtrack, and extraordinary stunt work, Dead End Drive-In is in the tradition of Ozploitation milestones Mad Max and The Cars That Ate Paris, only very, very 80s. Well, very cool. So I guess it came out in 96, but it's got an 80s vibe to it, so works for me. Is that 96? Yeah. Sorry, the print is really small and I'm old. Next up, we have Kolobos. I'd never heard of this one. I think I bought it just as I was browsing, and it looked cool. And this is from... What does it say? Why is it so hard just to find the year on some of these? I don't know. It just gives me the year of the release, which is 2019, but I don't think this is a movie from 2019. Late 90s. Okay, so obviously we jumped out of the 80s again. It doesn't say specifically when, though. It just says late 90s. Anyway, The Real World meets Saw by way of Suspiria. Well, you sold me right there. In this super smart, super gory, and sadly super overlooked late 90s horror gem from filmmakers Daniel Liadowicz and David Todd Ockwerk, released in the midst of the post-Scream slasher revival. A group of youngsters arrive at a snow-covered house under the guise of participating in a groundbreaking new experimental film, but with the entire property fitted out with cameras to capture their every move, what initially promises to be a fun foray into reality TV stardom soon turns into a fight for survival as the youngsters find themselves trapped and at the mercy of deadly booby traps and faceless killers. Marketed as little more than another generic slice and dicer at the time of its release, Kolobos, which actually has much more in common with the likes of Cube and My Little Eye, will come as a revelation for horror fans who missed it the first time around. Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun. And, I love me some found footage stuff. And, I mean, Cube is one of my all-time favorites. Just amazing film. So, yeah, cool stuff. And lots of extras on there from good old Arrow Video. Next up, we have... Oh, yeah, when was this one from? This was... 95. I swear this was the 80s stack. I don't know why there's so many 90s movies in here. Anyway, I think I was rushing when I was stacking everything up. Anyway, we have The Addiction. No relation to The Substance. No, really, there's no relation to The Substance. So yeah, this is, when I say 95, and stars Lily Taylor, Christopher Walken, and Annabelle Sciorra, and is directed by Abel Ferrara. The mid-90s were a fertile period for the vampire movie. Okay, vampires. Big name stars such as Tom Cruise and Eddie Murphy flocked to the genre, as did high caliber filmmakers like Francis Ford Coppola, veterans Wes Craven and John Landis, independents Michael Almereyda and Jeffrey Arsenault, and up-and-comers Quentin Tarantino and Guillermo del Toro. We've hit 30 minutes already! Yay! Yeah, let's go. Let me just check something here. Yeah, okay. What's going on here? What's going on? Wow, not a lot of talking going on. All right, cool. I was just in stunned silence. Hey, Jutan, good to see you. Thanks for coming out. Okay, we're back. Sorry, it had to reset again. The mid-90s were a fertile period for the vampire movie. Start over. Okay. The mid-90s were a fertile period. Okay. The mid-90s were a fertile period for the vampire movie. Big-name stars such as Tom Cruise and Eddie Murphy flocked to the genre, as did high-caliber filmmakers like Francis Ford Coppola, veterans Wes Craven and John Landis, independents Michael Almereyda and Jeffrey Arsenault, and up-and-comers Quentin Tarantino and Guillermo del Toro. Amid the fangs and crucifixes, Abel Ferrara reunited with his King of New York star, Christopher Walken, for The Addiction, a distinctly personal take on creatures of the night. Philosophy student Kathleen, Lily Taylor from The Conjuring, is dragged into an alleyway on her way home from class by Casanova, Annabella Sciorra from The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, and bitten on the neck. She quickly falls ill, but realizes this isn't any ordinary disease when she develops an aversion to daylight and a thirst for human blood. Having made a big-budget foray into science fiction 2 years earlier with Body Snatchers, Ferrara's approach to the vampire movie is in a lower key. Shot on the streets of New York, like so many of his major works, including The Driller Killer, Miss 45, and Bad Lieutenant, that's one with Harvey Keitel, and beautifully filmed in black and white, The Addiction sees the filmmaker on his own terms and at his very best. Raw, shocking, intense, intelligent, masterful. So there you go. That is The Addiction from Arrow Video. Very cool. And next up we have... I picked this one up because I picked up the first one a while back. I think the first one was from Mill Creek, if I'm not mistaken. Well, the first one was When a Stranger Calls, and this is When a Stranger Calls Back, starring Carol Kane. Love Carol Kane. She's one of those actresses who can just play anything. I mean, this is a big, intense thriller kind of thing, where I gather she's just being stalked by somebody. But yeah, 5 years. So this is from 1993, but I put it in with the 80s stuff because the original was like 1980 or something. 5 years after her own terrifying babysitting ordeal, Julia Jens, Jill Schoelen from The Stepfather, another from The Stepfather, is trying to put her life together when the past comes back to haunt her. Someone is breaking into her apartment, moving objects around and toying with her. The police think she's just a hysterical co-ed, but student advisor Jill Johnson, Carol Kane, similarly victimized 13 years earlier, is determined to nail Julia's stalker. Retired Detective John Clifford, Charles Durning, who saved Jill's life before, must find and outwit the culprit before it's too late in this riveting sequel that reunites writer-director Fred Walton with the stars of the original When a Stranger Calls. Very cool. So, yeah, now having the sequel, I think that'd make a fun double bill to watch both of those back-to-back at some point. Carol Kane, actually, I saw most recently in Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. She plays one of the engineer characters. Now I mentioned the Video Nasties. Well, there is a wonderful movie that came out fairly recently, and this didn't come out in the 80s, but it's about the 80s, so that's why I put it in with the 80s stuff. British film called Censor, and essentially this is based on the whole Video Nasties madness of the 80s. So let me read the back here to you. Enid Baines, a film screener at the BBFC, has earned an unsavory reputation for being the organization's strictest censor of violent films. Unexpectedly, Enid is contacted by Frederick North, a notorious director of exceptionally brutal, low-budget horror movies, who has requested that she personally review his work for classification. While viewing one of North's films, Enid is struck by its narrative similarities to the disappearance of her own sister years earlier. But when she finds another of North's films, which stars a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her sister, Enid's life begins spiraling out of control, sending her on a mysterious and terrifying journey into the dark and violent recesses of her past. The acclaimed feature film directing debut of Prano Bailey Bond, Censor is a scathing indictment of Britain's notorious video nasty era, imagined as a horror film that's every bit as brutal and twisted as the nasties themselves. Exquisitely photographed on 35mm by Annika Summerson and featuring an electrifying score by Emile Lovianès Farouche, Vinegar Syndrome Pictures proudly presents Censor in its Blu-ray debut with extensive bonus features, including Bailey Bond's earlier short film, Nasty. Now, first off, I love this movie, and I've watched it a few times since getting it already. But if you're at all interested in the Video Nasties era of British home video, and sort of what the whole story was behind that, this is not only a great movie that sort of dramatizes that era and is a great horror movie on its own, but in the extras they have not one but two documentaries, one of which is a feature-length documentary, the other is about a half an hour long, that give you like a condensed history of the Video Nasty era, how it brought about the creation of the BBFC, and you see a lot of clips from them and so forth. It's just fascinating, and I think an absolute must for any horror fan interested in that era. So yeah, definitely check out Censor. This is a beautiful edition from Vinegar Syndrome. The film itself is from 2021, so it's not that old, but it very much has that 80s vibe to it, and touches on that whole era in some pretty cool ways. So definitely, like, highest possible recommendation. I love that film. Check it out. Next up we have, this is like quintessentially 80s. We have, 1982, 1987, we have The Slumber Party Massacre duology. So we got Slumber Party Massacre 1 and 2 in 4K, no less. So scantily clad girls being massacred brutally in 4K. So there you go. Lots of extras on here, and this is a Scream Factory release. I don't think I really need to talk about this. This is essentially, the driller killer at a slumber party. So this has a few different versions. This is actually a pretty nice release from Scream Factory. New 2022 4K scan of both films. The second one, you actually have the 76-minute R-rated version and the extended 85-minute unrated cut. So that's pretty cool. Very nice. Yeah, I've been wanting to pick these up for a while because I know they're just kind of notable, slashers from the era. And I've never seen them. So I thought, hey, yeah, I'll pick up the double feature on 4K. Seems like a good way to get my feet wet on there. Next up, oh man, this was like a holy grail for the longest time. And then when Vinegar Syndrome finally got the opportunity to put it out in 4K, this thing flew out the door. So much so that both the limited edition and the standard edition sold out almost overnight. And then they did a re-release almost immediately. Now, if you missed it on that as well, what was it? Imprint, the UK label, actually put out an edition of this as well. I'm, of course, talking about The Keep. Yeah. So for the longest time, I basically just had a fan recording of this. Basically, it was somebody got their hands on a 35 millimeter theatrical print and did a nice scan of that. You know, nice if, you know, unrestored, but that's fine. And that's all we had of this for the longest time. So Vinegar Syndrome to the rescue. I don't know if it was like a rights issue or whatever holding it up, but whatever the case may be, Vinegar Syndrome got a hold of it, did a brand new scan in 4K, and here you go. At long last, we can keep the keep. Yeah, so 96-minute feature presentation presented in Dolby Vision HDR and newly restored from its 35mm original camera negative. Very cool. And loaded with extras. Yeah, there's a 4K with the movie and a Blu-ray with all the extras on it. So, very cool. So this was originally from 1983. Basically, lots of crazy supernatural goings on. I'll just read the back to you if you're not familiar with this one. Might as well, since that's what we've been doing the whole time. Nazi-occupied Romania, 1941. In a small and gloomy village hidden deep in the mountains, German troops have arrived to lay siege. Although warned by the townspeople to stay out of a mysterious and ornately carved structure known only as the Keep, two arrogant soldiers ignore their orders and break into the obelisk, hoping to find stowed treasure, but instead unleash an ancient evil force which, with each new victim, grows stronger and more powerful. After suffering large casualties at its hands, Captain Klaus Vormann is informed that the only person who might be capable of defeating this monstrous and demonic entity is an elderly Jewish historian. Of course, the Jewish guy has to rescue the Nazis. Named Dr. Theodor Kuza, who is being held captive with his daughter in a concentration camp. The legendary horror spectacle from director Michael Mann, there's your selling point, folks, if you had any doubts. Michael Mann, adapted from genre writer F. Paul Wilson's New York Times best-selling novel, The Keep is a mesmerizing visual feast of supernatural horror enhanced by a remarkable original score by Tangerine Dream. How awesome is that? Along with jaw-dropping special effects by Nick Maley, who did Superman and Life Force, a couple movies you might have heard of, and two-time Oscar nominee Ian McKellen, who was in, of course, the Lord of the Rings film franchise, and of course was the Magneto in the original X-Men movies, and many, many other things, and best friend of Patrick Stewart. Vinegar Syndrome is thrilled to at last offer the 4K UHD and Blu-ray debut of this highly sought-after and long unavailable cult film classic, newly restored for this release from its original camera negative and featuring exclusive interviews with cast and crew, revealing the fascinating production history of this one-of-a-kind cinematic experience. There you go. At long last, we have The Keep. And that was a long time coming. It really was. Oh, hey, and look at this. This one keeps cropping up in like, oh, they were in this movie, they're in this movie, they're in this. Well, how about we just see the movie? The Stepfather. Yeah, with Terry O'Quinn. Yeah, Terry O'Quinn of X-Files and, in particular, Millennium fame. I love Terry O'Quinn. This one I saw way, way back when it was new. There were one or two sequels that they did. I think it's a trilogy. I don't know what the status is of the sequels, but yeah, very nice. Got and this is a Shout Factory, Scream Factory 4K release. See, now I'm curious if it also has a reversible cover, because some of them do. Anyway, I'll find out eventually. So yeah, The Stepfather is great. Basically about a guy who's living multiple lives. He has like several families that he's kind of bouncing back and forth between. And, you know, anytime anyone figures out what's going on, he kills them brutally. And, yeah, so Terry O'Quinn is great in this. Just plays this creepy, crazy guy. And I think he was in all the sequels, too. Like, they stayed pretty consistent across the franchise. So this is a brand new 2024 4K restoration. This is actually a pretty recent release. And, yeah, 3. There's 3. It says trailers for all 3 films. So I'm guessing if they have the trailers for all 3, then Scream Factory might put out the other 2 as well. I don't know if they already have or not. But, yeah, Very cool. Anyway, looking forward to checking that one out. I remember it being a pretty good thriller. Next up, a Wes Craven film that I'm pretty sure I saw on VHS back in the day, but I really don't remember much about it. For some reason, I always thought it starred Patricia Arquette from Nightmare 3, but it is not. It's actually Christy Swanson, I think. Yeah, Christy Swanson of Buffy fame. But, yes, there we go. So we have Deadly Friend. There we go. Lovely collector's edition. Actually kind of lucky to get the slipcover on this one, because I swear this Blu-ray release came out a few years back. The movie itself is from 1986. Oh, we haven't been doing the years, have we? I'll recap the years in a moment here. So, Deadly Friend, for those who don't know what this one is about, from director Wes Craven, A Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream, comes a terrifying tale of technology gone haywire. Lovely teenage genius Paul, Matthew Laborioto from Barbarians at the Gate, a specialist in brain research, has two best friends, his remarkable robot and the beautiful girl next door, Christy Swanson from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. When tragedy strikes both of his friends, he desperately tries to save them by pushing technology beyond its known limits into a terrifying new realm. Like a modern-day Dr. Frankenstein, Paul discovers too late that he has created a rampaging monster. Deadly Friend is a witty ghoul story. It deliberately teeters on the edge of spoof. It says 3.5 stars. This is from Joe Bob Briggs. It says 3.5 stars. A Breakfast Club version of The Bride of Frankenstein. So, there you go. Anyway, I remember hearing good things about this one. I know a lot of fans like it. And I've been wanting to revisit it for a long time, refresh my memory. And, yeah, so this one's 1986. Stepfather was 1986 as well. Yeah, I think I saw it a few years after the fact. The Keep is 1981. Slumber Party Massacre, I think we did those 1982 and 1987. So there we go. We're all up to date now. All right, carrying on. We're almost halfway through this section. This is not 80s, but it is very much inspired by 80s slashers. It's one I've been wanting to check out for a long time. We have the Scream Factory Collector's Edition of Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon. And from what I've heard, kind of surprised this didn't get any sequels. It kind of sounded like a, one that could carry on through a few more movies, but yeah, they never did that one. So this one, I gather, is like a huge homage to those types of movies. So, legendary maniacs Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, and Freddy Krueger. Now meet Leslie Vernon, the next great psycho slasher. Nathan Bazel, Invasion, stars as Vernon, a good-natured killing machine who invites a documentary film crew to follow him as he reminisces with his murder mentor, who's played by Scott Wilson from The Walking Dead. Evades his psychiatrist and nemesis, Robert Englund, basically playing the Loomis character, that's great, deconstructs Freudian symbolism and meticulously plots his upcoming slaughter spree. But when the actual carnage begins, where do you draw the line between voyeuristic thrills, mythic evil, and good old-fashioned slasher movie mayhem? Angela Goethals and Zelda Rubinstein co-star in this ingeniously twisted and award-winning shocker that Film Threat hails as a masterpiece. So this is from 2007. This must have been one of the last things that Zelda Rubinstein did, because I know she passed away in the 2000s at some point. But yeah, good stuff. And I'm guessing this usually the collector's editions have reversible covers as well. So I'll be sure to do that. Excellent. So yeah, anyway, I've been wanting to check this one out for a long time. It sounded like a fun one. And yeah. Good stuff. I love the idea of Robert Englund being the sort of the Loomis character in it too. Sounds fun. Next up, oh yes, I remember seeing the first one of this on TV many moons ago. It was a TV movie. We have Dark Knight of the Scarecrows. So it's Dark Knight of the Scarecrow and Dark Knight of the Scarecrow 2 in 4K, no less. Never expected these to get a 4K release, but there you go. What can I say? Killer Scarecrow movie. Do you really need to know any more detail than that? If you like Killer Scarecrow movies, this is one of the good ones. Yeah, and this is from... Oh, this is actually from VCD. Or, sorry, no, VCI Entertainment through MVD Visual. Very cool. I didn't realize that. Bubba's back in 4K. Well, I'll just... Oh, marvelous. I was terrified. Vincent Price. It's not very often you get cover copy from Vincent Price. So, yeah, so the Scarecrows unite in the ultimate double feature. The original 1981 CBS world premiere movie, Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, which started the Scarecrow horror genre, and the 2021 sequel, Dark Knight of the Scarecrow 2. And for the first time ever, both films have been remastered on the ultimate video format, 4K Ultra Hyped Definition. Proofreading's important. Anyway, looking their best ever. So, there you go. That's also wrong. They're calling it they're calling it 4K UHD 3840p. No, it's 3840 by 2160. You go by that number. It's like you don't call Blu-ray 1920p. So I don't know. Anyway, lots of extras on here and stuff like that. Well, anyway, typos and technical gaffes on the cover aside, VCI generally does pretty good work. I've always enjoyed their releases, so I look forward to that. Checking out the original and the sequel, which I've never seen. Next up, this is quintessentially 80s. I've been wanting to get this for ages, and who the heck was it? Who put this one out? Red Shirt. Oh yeah, Red Shirt is the one that's also doing partnered up with Synapse to do Fright Night 2. I couldn't remember the name. Anyway, we have Trick or Treat. Not the one with Sam. This one. This is the rock and roll, heavy metal music is the devil one. So, very cool. Sammy Kerr, his fans won't let him die and he won't let them live. So, beautiful new 4K release. So this is also a co-release between Synapse and Red Shirt. So it says, what are you afraid of? It's only rock and roll. Rock and roll will never die in this 1980s cult favorite that stars Mark Price, Family Ties, as Eddie Weinbauer, a teenage outcast who idolizes Sammy Kerr, Tony Fields, a heavy metal superstar. After Sammy dies a violent death, his spirit returns to help Eddie get even with his high school tormentors. In doing so, Sammy begins to gain control over Eddie's life and brings him deeper into the world of the occult. When Eddie realizes that he has become a tool of Sammy's vengeance, he attempts to stop him, and the horrifying events that follow leave no one unscathed. Featuring special appearances by Gene Simmons and Ozzy Osbourne, Trick or Treat marked the directorial debut of veteran actor Charles Martin Smith, Never Cry Wolf, and Starman. I just watched Never Cry Wolf again for the first time, and hold on a second, Rose is at the door.
Yeah. I got random free little fidgets from the discard bin.
Fidgets?
Yeah.
Oh. Cool. Just might as well start a new file here. Okay. Weird. Trick or Treat marked the directorial debut of veteran actor Charles Martin Smith of Never Cry Wolf and Starman. Yeah, I just rewatched Never Cry Wolf for the first time in a long time recently. I forgot what a great film that is. Love it. And features a legendary soundtrack by Fastway. Red Shirt Home Video and Synapse Films are proud to present this heavy metal horror classic in an all-new 4K restoration presented in Dolby Vision, HDR10 compatible, with a head-banging 5.1 surround mix and loaded with hours of supplemental material, including multiple commentary tracks and feature-length video retrospective. No false metal. And anyone concerned about the hyping up of the surround track, it does include the original Stereo 2.0 theatrical mix as well. Yeah, that's one nice thing about these boutique labels is they almost always include the original theatrical audio. Sometimes they only include the original theatrical audio. So, you know. I'm going to save that one. Next up, we have a sequel that I have never seen. I missed out on the Scream Factory release, but I'm not too concerned about that because Vinegar Syndrome put it out, which is in a vastly superior edition. We have The Rage, Carrie 2, and even got the lovely slipcover and everything. There we go. So I've seen the original Carrie many, many times, and I love it. And yes, someone in the chat was telling me that apparently the bullies are even more brutal and abhorrent in this one than they were in the first one. It says, welcome to Bates High School. Today's lesson, stay on Rachel Lang's good side, because if you don't, there will be hellfire to pay. When a group of competitive, oversexed jocks target Rachel as a snitch, it triggers Rachel's psychic impulse for revenge. So shouldn't it be called The Rage Rachel? Where's Carrie? I don't know. While mourning the suicide of her best friend, her rage boils to a fever pitch, and Rachel finds herself struggling with her inherited kinetic powers. Can guidance counselor Sue Snell, survivor of Carrie White's original bloodbath, manage to help Rachel before it's too late? Is there any way to save Rachel from her own supernatural fury, or is it destined to destroy her alongside her teenage tormentors? Starring Emily Bergel of TV's Shameless, along with Jason London from Dazed and Confused, Dylan Bruno from Saving Private Ryan, Zachary Ty Bryan from TV's Home Improvement, and Academy Award nominee Amy Irving from Carrie, the original Carrie, and The Fury. Acclaimed filmmaker Kat Shays did Stripped to Kill and Streets. Chilling sequel, The Rage, Carrie 2, offers an explosion of supernatural violence, which will keep you on the edge of your seat until its blazing, bloody finale. Could you possibly make any more noise over there?
Be quick.
What are you doing?
Making my dinner.
Are you just having crinkles?
Yep. So, The Rage, Carrie 2.
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with Carrie.
Well, it peripherally does. You just stop for like 5 seconds so I can put this on the stack and stop holding it.
Yep.
Alrighty. That's literally all I needed to do.
Like, let me unfreeze.
And you push the red button
No.
on the top. Thank you. I guess we'll take a little break. That feels nice. What are you making?
Noodles.
Noodles.
Peas and carrots in it.
There should be some ground beef there still. Just give it a sniff.
Oh, I'll sniff it good.
I can't remember how long it's been in there.
Ooh, there's corn.
Ooh, corn. Yeah, you put some corn in there. What the fuck? The whole chat cleared, so I can't see. There we go. Okay. I missed so much chat. Sorry, guys, on YouTube there. Let's see what we got. We got The Rage, Carrie 2. Oh, we were talking about that earlier, yeah. Dr. Sleep. Okay, yeah, go for it then. Just don't take all of it because I might have some later. Awesome to get these updates. Hey, Charlie. Says
There's also got these updates that Maximum Overdrive release and Cover a Sweet Great Restaurant release. Watch Jack's Back tonight. Very cool thriller. Spader rocks. There you go. Quinky Dinkly. Yeah, I've always liked James Spader. Like he's another one of those actors who can kind of play anything. Like he tends to get typecast as the asshole a lot of the time because, well, he plays them really well. But he has played other like very likable characters. Like I said, his character in Sex, Lies, and Videotape was great. That's one I really need to pick up.
We got peas, we got carrots, we got corn, and we got beef.
Hell yeah! That
Yeah.
sounds like a proper meal.
And noodles.
Noodles. 224. And noodles. You wouldn't get that reference. You haven't seen Blade Runner yet. That's one we should watch sometime, is Blade Runner. It's one of the all-time greats. What are you doing? Oh my god. No! Get... Come on. Yeah, that's great. What are you doing? All excited because Mummy's home? Hmm? This update is going to be Don't stress out the people.
Wake up all the snoozers.
Huh?
What does this button do?
Marvelous! That's the Marvelous Marvin button. Marvelous!
Marvelous! You've only been streaming 15 minutes?
No, that's the background spooky ambiance that you're interrupting with annoying sounds.
No.
My child. Are we out of sync again? For frick's sake.
I don't think so.
Speak.
Wee wee wee!
Yeah, we're a little out of sync. No. Oh, there. Alright, now speak.
Hello?
Clap. Well, a few times. No, it's out of sync. Hold on. There. Do it again. Yeah, close enough. Ugh.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Do you have a For Sparta button? Do you have a For Sparta button? For Spartan.
Oh, that's not what that is.
Oh.
That's a Are You Not Entertained button.
Oh.
I push that when it's been a while since people send.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
The hell is everybody?
I
This
don't
is
know.
11 people watching. Nobody's talking. That's fine.
It's just awkwardly quiet.
Yep. That's fine. Whatever.
Pierce has been drinking without being weird about it.
Well, you fought at it a little bit. Yeah, it should be. I mean, it technically expired. What are you doing? Get away from the wires, please. Come on. Cats. Being cats.
Nuts. You got subscription. Thank you. Oh, I didn't. Charlie Varick did. This is quite a pile. So I want to get, see, these stacks are the ones that take the longest because a whole bunch of like individual keep case releases or whatever. I want to get through those. When we get to the box sets, sets are, won't take as long. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a different kind of thing. That's not what this Stepfather movie is about. It's basically about a bigamist who's leading not just a double life, but like several lives. Is it Me6 being weird? I can't tell. No. That seems to be more of a recent thing. What are you doing, stepbrother? Or stepfather? Or stepmother? Or step this or step that? I don't get it. I don't get it. Just a bunch of perverts out there. That's a lot of mortgages to pay. Well, they might cover that. Honestly, I don't remember. It's been so long since I've seen it. But yeah, Terry O'Quinn actually plays a pretty good baddie. I love cashews. We got these for always make a stir fry with chicken and noodles and bok choy, pesto, and put a few cashews in for some crunch. But we always end up with like a surplus of cashews because you can't really buy like a small amount of them. So I just like nuts generally. That's all we got left here. Quite a few. Well, this may be the only stack we get through tonight. I didn't mean to start so late. But such is life. I'll try to get an earlier start tomorrow. I have started on the editing of these. That's coming along nicely. I pretty much got it down to a science now, so I should be able to go through the remaining ones fairly quickly. As I say, some of them will be shorter because there's not as many individual items. They're just like big box sets. Yes, I mentioned that one earlier, that I liked that one as well. I reviewed it actually a while back. One of my Halloween reviews, I did a double bill of the old one and the oldest one and the newest one. And they're both great. I mean, those are two pretty powerhouse actresses. Even if it had other shortcomings, I'm sure those two alone would make it worth watching. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I'm gonna end up eating all of these if I don't cool it. Yeah. Just gonna take a short break, then we'll get back into our groove. And yeah. So Sean, would you ever do another 24-hour movie? Dude, what do you think this is? Like, this is going to be so much longer than that. Also, don't forget the Halloween special is still in the works, and that will also be comparable in length to a movie marathon, and is kind of a movie marathon in a sense, in that I talk about a shit ton of movies in it, and not just me, my guests as well. So yeah, I might do one that's just like, you know, the straight up movie marathon or something, but I mean, I'm trying to do my own thing, you know, and put my own spin on things. So the Halloween special is very much along those lines, but different. You'll see when it comes out. And yes, that particular one was exhausting because I actually did it all. I think I did it in 2 days, and people bitched and moaned that I didn't do it all in one go. It's like, well, okay, I'd be even less likely to do it all in one go now. But the thing is like, I don't want to just throw something together in a day. I'd rather spend some time on it and do it nicely, you know? Like, I know a lot of people that do their marathon videos like that, who they put some effort into the production and whatnot. And that's what I want to do. Not just with that, but with my videos in general. So, you know. Ha. Let Me In. Yes, a remake of Let the Right One In. I still need to watch the original, but I enjoyed Let Me In. Nice, kind of like a coming-of-age vampire story. quite sweet and strangely wholesome. And Chloe is wonderful in it as always. The one that I first saw her in was Kick-Ass. She played Hit Girl and kicked a lot of ass in that. But good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break and then we will get back to it. See you shortly.
You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it. Those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. You just gotta keep the lights on real low. Yeah. What? And then he walks into the fan. Oh my god.
So yeah, we did the first 5 episodes last week. It was really awesome. I hope more people come to more of the screenings. And that is on our Discord. Our Discord. Oh, hi, Wolf Den. How you doing? Want to come grind out some levels with me? Unless you're trying to keep your kid from spitting in your taco again.
It's possible, yeah.
Yep. It's glitched. Nobody can get the lightsaber from Vader.
Oh shit.
That's so weird. Hey Vader, give us the stuff. To hit the TV. There's a big
What
screen.
did the TV do?
There's a big screen TV in here. I think this is a joke about the man cave thing. Like, this is all men need. And it's literally a sleeping bag on the floor, a lamp, a lawn chair, and then a big screen TV. And that's the entire furnishings of the room.
Wait, I want to see.
All men need. Right here, folks. Well, and a bucket of chicken, you know, would be good too. So.
Oh my god, this is totally...
Right?
Yeah.
You have a quick call from Darth Vader. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
What are you doing? I'm just
I
watching.
accidentally, like...
I'm just watching the bombardment from up here. Holy shit. I see they're targeting that building over there, I think. God damn. That's quite the sight, I gotta say. We're all just standing here in awe of it.
Yeah.
Carline is still going. It's like, then people at the bottom watching pukes upwards. Just straight up like a fountain. Further grazing the train right here as they come back into the station. Or they're like watching, and it's like this arcing double fountain of puke just welcoming our heroes. Like a 20-gun salute, but with more puke. The 20 puke salute. That can be the name of this clip.
Aha. Alright, just gotta check something here. I'll get the camera going again. Oh. La la la. Okay. I just had this horrible vision that the whole time the mic wasn't working. But it was working. I can't use the audio from the stream because it's full of soundboard madness. That would be unusable as a potential replacement for the audio, you see. Alright, shall we continue? Let us continue. Alrighty, so just actually gonna move these over ever so slightly. They're a little bit in my way here. What's next? Next up. This was a fun one. I picked this up based on just some stills I saw from it, and I really like the visual aesthetic of it. We have Liquid Sky, which is basically just I know I use this term a lot, but it is very true, a batshit crazy sort of sci-fi horror movie set in the middle of the new wave era of the 80s. And this is a beautiful edition from Vinegar Syndrome. So this slipcover, I should mention, you might notice the stamp on it here. This slipcover is actually a re-release that I was able to get through Vinegar Syndrome's points system. So as you purchase items through them, you accumulate points for your purchases that you can then use to cash in for website exclusive items, such as the occasional re-release of a slipcover. And the re-releases of the slipcover will have a stamp on them to indicate that they are not the original. So you can't sneakily put them on eBay and say it's the original. So there we go. So this is Liquid Sky. As you can see, I think it's a couple, two different covers. So reversible cover. So yeah, I really liked Liquid Sky a lot. So I was delighted to be able to get the slipcover re-release. So essentially what this is it takes place in an apartment building primarily. A little tiny alien spaceship lands on the top, and the entity within takes possession of a young woman in the building, and essentially it is, it I guess, gets energy from orgasms. So she literally fucks people to death. And, that's that. But one interesting thing about this also co-stars Paula Shepherd, who was the star of Alice, Sweet Alice, which is one of my favorite sort of giallo-esque films. It was an American film, but very much in the style of an Italian giallo.
I love Alice, Sweet Alice. It's a great movie, an excellent proto-slasher from the 70s. And Arrow Video put out a really nice edition of that a while back that I picked up. I think it just recently got a 4K upgrade, actually, which I have not picked up. But, excuse me. So anyway, Paula Shepherd, made a lot of waves with her performance in Alice, Sweet Alice. In this one, she plays sort of a beatnik drug dealer. And that's it. That's her entire filmography. She just did those 2 movies, and she did like one other short thing, I think, that never got released in any form. And that's it. She just was done with acting. But, definitely a pair of very memorable roles. And then the lead actor in this, Anne Carlisle, actually plays a dual role. She plays both the alien-possessed girl fucking everybody to death, but also plays a male character who is kind of her rival. She's like a fashion model kind of thing. But really cool movie, some really interesting aesthetics, and amazing music and visuals, and it's just really bizarre and unique and twisted. And I definitely recommend Liquid Sky. I might as well read the back to you, give you a much better description than I am, I'm sure. Margaret, played by Anne Carlisle, is a fashion model with dreams of stardom, whose alter ego and rival Jimmy, also Carlisle, abuses and takes advantage of her to satisfy his rampant drug addiction. There's some great scenes with the 2 of them together, actually. Some very clever camera work and such to put them both in the scene together. Unknown to them, tiny invisible aliens have landed on the roof above the squalor in which they live and begin killing anyone Margaret has sex with to feed on their pleasure-giving neurotransmitters. All the while, a German scientist attempts to capture and study them. Hailed by Time magazine as a 2-hour act of imagination, Slava Zuckerman's Liquid Sky is an underground masterpiece of avant-garde science fiction filmmaking, set against the visual majesty of New York's early 80s New Wave scene and filled with arresting cinematography by Yuri Naiman, along with an acclaimed original soundtrack. Vinegar Syndrome proudly brings this quintessential midnight movie to Blu-ray, newly restored in 4K from its original 35mm camera negative. So yeah, Liquid Sky, really good stuff if you want some sci-fi horror with a twist. Next up, we have... Oh yeah, this is one I remember hearing about but never saw. We have Evil Ed. Yes, no relation to Evil Eddie of the of Iron Maiden album cover fame. For the longest time, actually, hearing the title and not knowing anything about the movie, I thought it was something to do with Iron Maiden, but it is not. This one is... Liquid Sky, I should mention, is from 1982. And Evil Ed is from... Who knows? Why don't they put the year on them? It's not so much to ask, is it? Anyway, sometime in the 80s. A blood-soaked love letter to the splatter films of the 80s. Okay, it might actually not be from the 80s, but again, 80s inspired, hence why it's in the 80s pile. A blood-soaked love letter to the splatter films of the 1980s. Here, I can just take care of it in the editing. Evil Ed is from this year. Right here. This is the year it came out. Thank you, IMDb. A blood-soaked love letter to the splatter films of the 80s, video rental favorite Evil Ed returns in an extended special edition cut alongside hours of stomach-churning bonus features. Mild-mannered film technician Edward enjoys his job until he finds himself transferred from his regular post to the splatter and gore department, where he's forced to edit hours upon hours of grisly video nasty footage. Oh, another thing inspired by the video nasties. Traumatized by the on-screen violence, Ed starts to lose his grip on reality with ghastly and bloody consequences. Owing a debt to such films as The Evil Dead, Reanimator, and the early splatter classics of Peter Jackson, Evil Ed is a special effects fiend's dream, offering up a veritable smorgasbord of flying limbs, exploding heads, and creepy creatures. So there you go. That sounds like a lot of fun. So definitely got a lot of like homage films that I think would make fun double or triple bills, and that's probably what I will do. This one I had to get in 4K, no less. We have The Boogeyman. I have this on VHS. I also have the sequel, The Boogeyman 2, on VHS, which sadly has not got a release. I feel like, honestly, the sequel to this is like 50% footage from the first one. So I feel like, if anything, it should just be included as an extra rather than have its own release. And I was kind of disappointed that this one does not have the second one included. But yeah, this is like a classic of low budget VHS era horror. When did this come out? 1980. So when she was young, Lacey witnessed by mirror reflection the brutal murder of her stepfather at the hands of her brother Willie. Years later, Lacey has settled into a comfortable married life with a child of her own, while Willie has been rendered mute as a result of his childhood trauma and has taken to removing or blacking out all mirrors in the family home. When the very mirror through which Lacey and Willie viewed the murder is accidentally shattered, a dark and vengeful curse is unleashed on the family, and soon anyone unlucky enough to come into contact with shards of the mirror falls victim to heinous murder. One of the major independent horror blockbusters made in the wake of Halloween, Uli Lommel's The Boogeyman catapulted its director out of the art house circuit and solidified him as a master of horror. Starring and co-scripted by Susanna Love of Olivia, and featuring Nicholas Love, from TV's Twin Peaks, alongside B-movie icon John Carradine, there he is, earning a paycheck again, from the Astro Zombies and countless other movies, in a supporting role. The film's grisly murders, designed by effects artist Greg Harris from Toxic Zombies, landed it on the notorious list of video nasties. There we go, another one of the video nasties. And gave it an even larger cult fan base. Vinegar Syndrome at last presents this seminal stab at early 80s horror on 4K UHD, newly and exclusively restored from its original 35mm camera negative, family negative, and including a host of interviews with cast and crew. Yeah, I remember it was a case where the first one was actually pretty good. I liked it. I enjoyed it as like a low-budget sort of supernatural horror thing. And I was so disappointed by the sequel, where it's like 50% recap of the first one. A lot of it is like the one of the survivors from the first one sitting having dinner, talking about the events of the first one, and then it eventually does some new things. I don't know how involved Uli Lommel was with the second one. I feel like not very. And it's unfortunate that they kind of dropped the ball with that one, because there were some interesting ideas in the first one that it would have been nice to see them further explore. Anyway, The Boogeyman. Good stuff. I look forward to visiting that one again. Next up, we have The Devonsville Terror, and another lovely Vinegar Syndrome edition. I love Vinegar Syndrome's slipcovers, by the way. They really are a selling point. Lovely matte finish. And, there we go. So we'll just take a look here. I don't know why I'm showing the slipcover again, just because it's beautiful. I'm guessing probably reversible cover, so when I open all these up, I'll check all that. But The Devonsville Terror, nearly 300 years ago. This one is from 1983, and look at that. They put the date right there. Come on, Arrow. Put the date on things. Like every boutique label puts the date clearly on everything. I don't know why they make it so hard to find. Anyway, nearly 300 years ago, the residents of Devonsville tortured and murdered a trio of women suspected of witchcraft. Oh, those wacky witches. However, as they burned, the condemned women swore vengeance from beyond the grave. Ah, the age-old tale. The present. Jenny Scanlon has just moved to Devonsville to take up a job as a school teacher. While some in the community welcome her more progressive-minded approach to education, the town's older menfolk, all descendants of those responsible for the centuries-old witch hunts, become increasingly suspicious that Jenny, along with two other liberal young women, are in fact agents of Satan, who have returned from hell to take revenge on behalf of the executed witches. As unexplainable events involving Jenny begin to occur, old superstitions and paranoia run amok, leading to an ever-increasing threat of violence. But is the long-feared curse in fact coming true? Or is it a the monsters are due on Maple Street type situation? from director Uli Lommel. That's why I got it. It was like, oh, it's another Uli one. I got to get that. Oh, I'm ripping apart my whole display here. There we go. Yeah, see, that's why I'm saying, like, this is kind of a flimsy display, so I really don't like when the cats get up on it, because it just kind of makes a mess of things. Good enough. Comes one of the more notorious witchcraft-themed horror films of the 1980s, The Devonsville Terror, starring co-written by Susanna Love, and featuring Robert Walker Jr. from Easy Rider, Donald Pleasance from Halloween, of course, and character actor Paul Wilson, who you might have seen in Office Space. This unnerving study in superstition, with a touch of social commentary, builds to a legendary special effects meltdown of epic proportions. Long unavailable on video in the U.S., Vinegar Syndrome is proud to bring the Devonsville Terror to Blu-ray, newly restored in 2K from 35mm negative elements and packed with brand new interviews. Very cool. That sounds great. So I might just do an Uli Lommel double feature. There we go. And I love that cover. Look at that. It's awesome. Next up, we have... yes. From... 1980, we have Effects. Yes, wait till you hear who's in this one, actually. This is pretty cool. So, Effects. Cobbled together with loose change by George Romero's friends, Effects is a mesmerizing DIY frightmare that no one talks about, but everyone should. A group of coked-up filmmakers, including Tom Savini, Joe Pilato, and John Harrison, gather in Pittsburgh to make a slasher called Duped, the snuff movie. As filming begins and accidents happen, it's clear that something isn't right, and no one can be trusted. A gritty melting pot of De Palma-like shocks and Carpenter-esque tension, Effects is a meta-enhanced takedown on the philosophy of horror that doubles as a sleazy and chilling movie on its own. AGFA, the American Genre Film Association, is honored to present the worldwide UHD debut of Effects, newly restored in 4K from its original, long-lost 16mm camera negative. There you go. Very cool. AGFA being one of Vinegar Syndrome's partner labels. I have quite a few releases from them. They're terrific. Next up, we have an early Sam Raimi film, Crime Wave. Yeah, from 1985. And this is an indicator release. So, we don't have a description. But we do have... So it's directed by Sam Raimi and written by Joel and Ethan Coen. I mean, right there, sold. A Coen Brothers movie script directed by Sam Raimi. I'm so there, man. From the directors of The Evil Dead and the creators of Blood Simple, a fast, gory cliffhanger full of suspense and excess. Yeah, and it stars, Louise Lasser, Paul L. Smith, who you might know as Bluto from Popeye, Brian James, who was, of course, Leon in Blade Runner, Sherry J. Wilson, Edward R. Pressman, famous... I think he was a producer as well, wasn't he? Bruce Campbell and Reed Birney. Yeah, executive producers Edward R. Pressman, Irvin Shapiro. Yeah, so Edward R. Pressman, legendary producer, also co-starring in it. Great stuff. And this is a lovely release from Indicator Films. I really come to love Indicator as well. A very affordable boutique label a lot of the times. Their stuff is actually quite reasonably priced. I always see the cover for this one, and I thought, like, yes, I need to get that, just based on the cover. We have Happy Birthday to Me, 6 of the most bizarre murders you'll ever see. Who's killing the school's snobbish top 10? At the rate they're going, there will be no one left for Virginia's birthday party alive. Pray you're not invited to the party. And there we go. So this is from 1981. Starring Melissa Sue Anderson, Glenn Ford, Lawrence Dane, Sharon Acker, Francis Hyland, and introducing Tracy Bregman. Directed by J. Lee Thompson. And there you go. So I'm pretty sure I have not seen this one, so this will be a new one to me. But I always just love that cover. Guy getting shish kebabbed. Very cool. 1981. So just barely in the wake of Friday the 13th. There. And hey, this is at the time of this recording, it's almost New Year's Eve, so we got Bloody New Year. There you go. Very nice. From 1987, directed by Norman J. Warren. Yeah, there you go. At the Hotel of Horror, you can check out anytime, but not leave. Oh, it's a horror hotel one. Those are always fun. And starring a bunch of people I've never heard of. Cool. Yeah, so I just kind of, as far as 80s stuff, kind of went on a slasher binge, as you can tell. A lot of slasher stuff. Here we go. Another nice release from Severin. Limited edition, actually. Only 3,000 units. I was surprised I got this one because it came out a while ago. But I found it at the local Sunrise Records. We have Paganini Horror. Yeah, so what's this one about? The elusive 80s Italian shocker now on Blu-ray for the first time in America. It is Blu-ray despite being a black case, just in case you're wondering. From producer Fabrizio De Angelis, Zombie, The Beyond, and Killer Crocodile. Writer-director Luigi Cozzi, Contamination and Star Crash. I love Star Crash. And co-writer Daria Nicolodi, Deep Red and Tenebrae, both masterpieces of Dario Argento. Comes one of the most hard-to-find shockers from Italian horror's greatest decade. This is from 1988, by the way, in case you're wondering. When an all-girl rock band records an unpublished song by Niccolo Paganini, the 19th century composer said to have sold his soul to the devil, they will unleash a skin-tight spandex nightmare of extreme violins, cheesy power ballads, Suspiria-influenced lighting, and outlandish satanic havoc that Quiet Cool calls serious fun. It drips with as much love as it does with blood and gore. Jasmine Maimon from Demons, Pascal Porciano from Voices from Beyond, and the legendary Donald Pleasance, again, co-star in this kooky, stylish, and definitely recommended flick, now transferred in 2K from the original negative. There you go. Not a ton of extras on here, but very cool. I love when the boutique labels rescue these rarities that we might otherwise never get the chance to see. Hey, another one for New Year's Eve. We have New Year's Evil, and I can tell from the label this is another one I got from Sunrise Records. Kind of went hog wild at Sunrise. Sunrise is like the only major place in town where you can buy a decent selection of physical media. And I think we're being raided. That sounded like a raid. Who's raiding us? We have Sega TK. Hello. How's it going? In from streaming Vampire. Oh, that's one I need to get back to, actually. I played a little bit of it, but just never got back to it. I liked what I saw. Yeah, good stuff. Hey, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Sega Raid! Hey, in one run! I know that guy! How the Star Trek are you? That's awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Just doing a mega update here of horror movies, as you probably gathered from the title, both for the stream and the YouTube. Pretty cool game so far. It's my first playthrough. Yeah, I remember liking what I saw of it. And I mean, I love pretty much anything vampires, so I like the fact it was a period piece. Yeah, I'll definitely have to get back to that at some point. Alright, so carrying on here. So New Year's Evil. So one I guess I could double bill with the other one there. So this is a lovely release from Kino Lorber. And yeah, so as I was saying, Sunrise Records is one of the few places in town that actually carries a pretty decent selection of physical media. And in particular, they carry a lot of boutique label releases. They're actually really good about that and have a lot of people on staff who are, people like us who are quite knowledgeable about that stuff. So last Halloween, when I had like a lot more money to spare, thanks to the inheritance from Mum, I went down and just kind of rated their selection for anything I could find. I was actually looking for titles from Kino's Redemption Films library, because I remembered seeing they had most of them there many moons ago, but they were long gone, because, well, that line is long gone, essentially. It's long out of print. But anyway, we'll talk more about Redemption Films later. Meanwhile, New Year's Evil. Don't dare make New Year's resolutions unless you plan to live. So, brand new 2K Master on a totally punked out New Year's Eve. Vivacious TV hostess Diane Blaze Sullivan counts down the hours to midnight. But as her show progresses, every hour on the hour, a savage maniac slashes up a new female victim. As the trail of mutilated bodies spreads throughout the city, it becomes apparent that the psychopath's ultimate target is Blaze herself. Ooh, I love a late-night talk radio themed movie as well. Speaking of which, Talk Radio by Oliver Stone. If you've never seen that, do yourself a treat and see it. It's so good. Eric Bogosian is in it, and what's his face from Platoon, and what was his name? This guy. You know him. That guy. Yeah. I'll take care of it in the editing. Anyway, desperate to stop the bloody rampage, the police frantically seal off the ongoing televised festivities. But the killer is quicker than they suspected, and he's also the last one anyone suspects. Sounds a little Giallo-esque there. So join the holiday season's deadliest celebration with a New Year's resolution to stay alive. Starring Roz Kelly from Happy Days, Kip Niven from Magnum Force, Grant Kramer from Hard Bodies. Wow, that's 80s right there. Louisa Moritz from Death Race 2000. That's a fun one. Tafe O'Connell from Galaxy of Terror. Oh, I love Galaxy of Terror. And Terry Copley from TV's We Got It Made. New Year's Evil is a killer party you'll never forget, from director Emmett Alston, who did 9 Deaths of the Ninja and Demon Warp. Ooh, another ninja movie. I need all the ninja movies. And producers Golan Globus, who did Enter the Ninja and Runaway Train. Both great movies. Here we go. Yes? Why are you hovering in the shadows over there? Yes?
You want me to pause it?
Sure.
I just needed to cross and get things.
Oh.
I wasn't trying to be creepy.
Okay.
I know I was.
As I'm talking about horror movies, of course. So you hope your holidays went well. Looks like it. Yes, this actually is not from holidays. This is from the past year and a half. I'm just slowly getting through all the updates. But, yes.
I'm gonna do some cleaning and try not to be all noisy.
Thank you.
But,
Rob says, happy birthday to me. It was on Sci-Fi Channel just a couple weeks ago. Obviously, they cut the you-know-what out of it. Does anyone else picture Sydney Sweeney, scantily clad as MM, singing Happy Birthday to C? Sydney Sweeney as MM? Like Marilyn Manson? Or as a giant M&M? I don't know. Hi. How you doing? Aww. No, he doesn't like that. Ow! Can you, like, get the cat away from me? It's like flurry of claws, and you're just, like, holding him right next to me. Rather not have my rather expensive costume ripped to shreds. Yes. Alright. You know, he does not like to be confined. He's not like the other one that doesn't care.
the other one.
Yes.
She who must not be named.
Yes, I see we have a Halloween countdown. Yes. Is that just a particular love of Halloween? Yes. Or do you also have a special stream that day? Yes. Halloween is all the time here. Even it's going to be even more so this year. I'm actually still in the midst of working on my big Halloween special for this past Halloween. It's taking a little longer than I thought to put together, but it'll be worth it. And then going forward from there, we're just going to be doing horror and Halloween stuff all year long. And because I think we have enough to cover a few videos. Yes, Sean likes to film segments for his YouTube channel, FYI, which I think he's doing now, so forgive if he doesn't interact with us immediately. Yes, basically. You may notice when I'm doing it, I'm looking slightly to the side. It's because my regular camera is to the side. Here, hold on. I can show you. You're actually very close to it. So I'm not trying to
My
show
ass.
your butt. There. You're like literally right now. I can't even angle the camera down. Oh, there we go. There. So that's the camera. And the cat. And my little Halloween set. You can kind of see a peek behind. Oh, what happened to our focus there? There. A little peek behind the curtain. You can see we got the backdrop. Obviously, you don't see the edges on the YouTube version, but the idea is I like to do little behind-the-scenes streams sometimes, give people a peek behind the curtain and see how the magic happens. Kind of want to go like that. There we go. That's a little better. Yes, that is Rose. I guess it's been a while, hasn't it? Hello. Say hi to the people. Well, to Ron specifically. Can we focus?
What
There.
jacket is this?
I don't know.
Oh, this is yours.
Is it mine?
Yeah. It's your...
Oh, it's my cape. Yeah, it's the vampire cape.
Yes.
Yeah, careful with that. That's also expensive. Thank you.
I have glasses somewhere, but I don't have them on right now.
So it is one Ron asking. One singular Ron. Not a group of Rons. Just one.
And no, I do not remember you. I'm sorry.
That's probably going back a bit. Like that's, I think, almost Stickam days, isn't it?
The only person I remember is the person with the lip couch. That's always been ingrained in my brain.
I know it was one of the girls. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
The lip couch. Zenthia, maybe?
Yeah, I think...
I think it was, because I think she came to the stream recently, and you talked about that.
I think it was
You're like, were
Cynthia.
you the one with the lip couch?
That's my one memory from Stickam.
Uno Ronaldo, that's right, yes. I remember Ron from, well, I remember Ron. I'll just talk about you in the third person while you're right here in the room. Like an asshole.
Like JL does with me all the time.
Yeah, does Rose like this? Does Rose, you know, she's on the Fortnite squad. You can just ask her right now,
We
directly.
were talking about that earlier, actually. You and I.
Yes, but yeah, Ron came to many a stream back in the day. Back in my day. Back in the olden days of the Stickams.
Is Stickam still a thing?
No, it's long gone.
Long dead.
Well, they just mysteriously closed their doors one day and... Whoops, what did I just do? Come back. There we go. And the Google Video Days. Oh yeah, the early days of SNI when we had like a bigger crowd. Just anybody could show up and be a part of the show. Yeah. There are aspects of those days that I miss, but not everything. There are other aspects that I do not miss. But, yes. And huge Star Trek fan. That's one thing I always know. Whenever I see any exciting Star Trek news, I gotta check in with you, see if you've heard it. You probably heard it like years before I did, but whatever. Mood, yes. I was just seeing a post today about just kind of a reminiscence of the most recent Star Trek shows. And just had like Discovery, Prodigy, Picard.
Picard was good.
And Lower Decks.
Lower Decks is very funny.
Yes, and they were just kind of lamenting. It's like they're all gone now. And then it occurred to me, it's like, wait a minute, is Strange New Worlds the only Star Trek going right? I think it is. That's it. I mean, at least it's a good one. I fucking love Strange New Worlds. I finally got caught up on it, by the way. But that's it. It's like, what happened? You're Mr. Star Trek, and I'm Mr. Doctor Who. There you go. I can live with that. Mr. Doctor Who. Excellent.
Oh.
How was your noodles?
They were noodles.
Great. Now that she's puttering around in here, the cats are just going batshit crazy.
I'm just trying to get all my shit out of the living room.
I appreciate that.
My Mothman costume.
I have literally 4 things left. We're like right at the end.
You're welcome.
Well, 4 things from this tower. There's like 20, literally 20 more towers. If you see the thumbnail, you can get some idea of how much stuff there is. But yeah, basically went absolutely mad with building up the horror collection over the past year and a half. And I'm finally doing the updates. So the update will be posted in 2 forms. There will be what I call the omnibus edition. So think of like the big comic book omnibuses you get, the big hardcover editions printed on high quality paper, and they have like, 50 issues in them or something. It'll be like that. So it'll be I think I know what it is. Sorry, my other screen keeps flashing. I have Discord up, and it's Me6. And Me6 occasionally takes a new thumbnail from the stream. Like, I guess it occasionally checks the stream to see if it's still going, and if it is, it refreshes the thumbnail. That's what it's doing. It was bugging me because I kept seeing it flashing in the corner. Like, what's happening? Is my TV dying? No, it's just Me6 trying to be helpful.
And not.
Well, no, it is. Now that I understand what it's doing, I'm not going to freak out about it. But, what was it? Oh, yeah, that's right. Thomas Jane as McCoy. That's going to be interesting, eh? Yeah, I love Thomas Jane. I just watched The Expanse for the first time, and he was terrific in that. I wish they had had more of his character, honestly, because I really liked, it's kind of like hard-boiled detective in space. He was great. Loved him. And he'll always be one of my favorite Punishers, too. He was so good in that. But, what was I talking about?
Star Trek.
Well, yeah.
Strange New Worlds.
Yeah. No, there was other things. Oh, right, the show. So these updates I'm doing, trying to get everything up to date so I can get everything back on the shelf and in their forever homes, because they've been like bouncing around shelves, tables, flat surfaces, and now the floor for months. And I just want to get them done and then actually start watching some of them. Actually, I've watched quite a few of them, but not in this pile, but some of the other piles. Excuse me. So anyway, posting it as an omnibus edition, which is basically pushing the running time and file size limits of YouTube to the max, divided into chapters. So each volume of the omnibus will be about 6 or 7 hours in length, comprising, a chunk of the updates. And then it will also be posted as individual, like themed episodes, like my normal updates as well, for those who prefer more manageable running time videos to watch. I figure the amount of time it's taken to put all this together, the amount of money I spent on everything, damn straight I'm going to milk the content for all it's worth. So there'll even be 2 super shortcut versions that run about 5 minutes for one, and I think about 1.5 minutes for the other. And that's mainly going to be a little slideshow of the thumbnails.
I don't know what this is, so I'm putting it there.
Huh? What? Well, I can't see. What is it?
Blank box.
Oh, I think that was one of the USB sticks. The USB stick I used to give you movies and stuff. Yeah. Got like a 256 gig USB stick. So anytime I have some movies or something I want to show Rose, I just toss a rip of them onto that. So there's a goth bar here. Oh, lucky. There's nothing here. There's absolutely nothing. I used to go to, and they played Christmas horror movies around this time that I would sit and watch. Nice. The movie names escape me at the moment.
We have some goth stuff here, but it's like very rare and far and few between.
Yeah, we have like some goth people, but we don't have much in the way of a goth scene. Like there's no clubs, there's no, nothing. At least when I lived down in Victoria, there was, some of the local clubs had goth nights. And I would go to a weekly coffee meet with some of the local goths, and that was pretty cool. We went on a ghostly walk tour one Halloween. I need to capture that footage because I would love to post it. I think it's okay to post it now. It's been like 20 years, and I'm pretty sure the guy who did the walk is dead by now. So. He himself has become a part of the Ghostly Walk Tour. But, yeah, I'd love to post that for one Halloween, so keep an eye out for that.
He died during the ghost tour.
Well, how appropriate would that have been? Yeah, there's a lot of good Christmas horror movies, and some of which are in my update here. Like I got the rest of the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies. Christmas Evil is a good one about a killer Santa Claus.
You enjoyed Violent Night.
Violent Night, that's one I really need to see with David Harbour from Stranger Things.
Fucking hilarious.
It looked funny I saw the trailers for it. I thought it looked really funny.
I don't know what this is, so I'm putting this back.
The only part I remember seeing was like he's about to walk away from the explosion and he's like, wait a minute, I want to look at it. So he like turns around and watches the explosion. He's just like, yeah. He was gonna do the badass walking away without looking at it thing, and then changed his mind. But I want to see it.
Fair enough.
You bumped the camera.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, The Mist as well for Thomas Jane. Yeah, he was great. He's a terrific actor too. Like he can. Yeah, which is the same. It's just looks better.
But no, I got all three of them at some point on Epic. So I'm gonna be playing my way through those.
Nice. I still have to play the third one.
Oh,
Infinite.
yeah.
Yeah. That's the one that it's not underwater, it takes place in a city in the air. Yeah. A floating city. But it is apparently still in the same universe, so
yes,
they are all connected. So, yeah, I've heard people.
I've heard good and bad about Infinite.
Really, I've heard mostly good.
It's just that most people the first BioShock is everybody's baby.
Oh, the first one's so good.
And then they were like, okay, the sequel's not bad.
Oh, it is. Fuck. You actually bumped the camera and disabled it.
Oh.
Do not bump the camera. Thanks for the heads up, Junker. I don't know how I didn't notice that.
Well, I didn't intentionally hit it.
Yes, I know. Hello?
Come on, sweetie. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that Bioshock 1 is, like, everybody's favorite, typically.
It's a legit masterpiece.
Bioshock 2 is like, okay, this is different, but, like, still kind of the same vibe. Like, I enjoy this. And then some people, it's kind of like love it or hate it with Infinite. Where, like, people either really, really like it or complain because it's too different.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people complained about Bioshock 2 because it was too much of the same.
Yeah.
It was just like more of the same. They didn't really do anything that new or exciting with it. So, I've only played the second one once, and I thought it was okay. It didn't really wow me. The first one legit wowed me. Like,
yeah, no, the original Bioshock is... I haven't even finished it, and I love it.
yeah, like when you get to some of those like major plot points, like your jaw will hit the floor. Like it's just so good.
Well, the thing is I haven't had anything spoiled either.
I know, which is why I'm dying for you to
Because of
play
how old
it.
it is.
I'm dying for you to play it before you do have anything spoiled for you, because you really don't want to have spoilers for that game. You would want to be shocked by the shocks in Bioshock.
I know some of what happens in the second one, but not really.
Yeah,
I've just seen gameplay clips.
gotcha. Fact Man with Mel Gibson playing a disgruntled Santa Claus. Yeah, I've got a few like Christmas horror movies.
God.
Hey, out of there! Get out of there! And they go too deep into the Halloween area. Like, no, I don't want you crashing around all my super valuable limited edition things. The game I know Sean from the most is Dead Space. Yes. Which I played the original of that shortly after playing the demo of Bioshock for the first time, long before I played the actual game. And loved it. My favorite part of your playthrough is when the eye needle just wrecked Isaac's face, and you were like, was that supposed to happen? Oh, that was in the second one, yeah. I actually played the remake of that, the remake of the first one recently. Once these updates are going, I'll be finishing the posts of that one. There's about, 15 or so episodes left to go of that. Can you not mess up my desk, please? Like, I had to fix it so many times. You need to not be laying on that, please.
I'm not doing anything
Thank
to
you.
it.
I don't care. So, anyway. Thanks for tidying up your stuff in the living room. And you.
Stop being stubborn.
So anyway, yes, the remake was great. I really like how they expanded the story beyond the original, yet still stayed true to the spirit of the original very much so. It's also interesting because where the original was a lot more episodic, you would just kind of move from chapter to chapter, and there was like very clear breaks between the chapters. In the remake, it's more like the second one in a way, where it's more continuous. But beyond that, they actually made it open world. So as you unlock areas in the Ishimura, you can go back and further explore. And there's like stuff you can go back and unlock later and things like that. So yeah, it's really cool how they expanded it. They got Gunnar Wright back to do the voice of Isaac, so he actually talks in that one, much like he did in the second and third. And they expanded the core story quite a bit as well. So, yeah, you get a lot more stuff with Nicole and what she was actually doing before. She doesn't just, do what she does in the first one. I won't spoil that for anyone who hasn't seen it, but she has a much more of a presence in this one through like video logs and hologram logs and things like that, where you get a lot more insight into what her role was. She very much was not passive. I think because they touch on that in the comics. There was a comic that and I guess Extraction as well. So Extraction and the comic tie into that went deeper into the story of Nicole, but in this case they've incorporated more of that material into the main story of the remake, which is cool, which I think makes more sense, because I mean her story is more deeply intertwined with Isaac than the nobody characters who were in Extraction. So yeah, I liked that aspect of it quite a bit. And yeah, as you say, the books were great, the comics were great. I really liked the 2 animated movies. I feel like they had a really good thing going. And then, as always seems to fucking happen, greed killed it. Because EA got greedy, added all these stupid microtransaction bullshit and shoehorned multiplayer into it. And instead of just leaving it be, just let Glenn Schofield and Visceral and everybody just do their job and make another great single-player experience. Like, I'm getting so tired of, like, just suits and bean counters without a single creative bone in their bodies, making all these decisions about all these franchises and just killing them, Like, Dead Space could have kept going. Like, it had such awesome lore to it, and, yeah, that's unfortunate. So currently I'm in the middle of playing the Callisto Protocol, speaking of Glenn Schofield, which was created by a lot of ex-Visceral people. And, yeah. It's alright. It definitely feels like we really wanted to be doing another Dead Space, but we'll do this sort of pseudo Dead Space instead. It's, it kind of feels more like it's totally not Dead Space, we swear. But it is, but it isn't, but it is. Yeah, and it's okay. It's okay. It doesn't quite still have the same feeling of, like with the Dead Space games, especially the first 2, they really felt like passion projects made by people who were, like, really big fans of the, the inspirational material, like, The Thing and Event Horizon and Alien and stuff like that. You feel that influence of all those things throughout, and you feel the love. You feel the love while you're being scared shitless. But yeah. Callisto Protocol felt a little bit like we're really fucking pissed off at EA. And then the fucking suits at the company that released Callisto Protocol got greedy, pushed out the release way ahead of when it was ready, and then went bankrupt. I feel bad for Glenn Schofield, honestly, because the dude's a freaking genius and has a real passion for this material and really just wants to do something big and special and, scary for fellow fans of the genre. And he just keeps getting fucked over again and again and again. So, well, third time's the charm, hopefully. Apparently he's working on another project of some kind with, you know, a little bit more control over the situation. So here's hoping that comes to fruition and he's able to get that going. But yeah, if you go like poke around a little bit, there's some articles online that go into like all of the political, you know, inner politicking bullshit that went on with Callisto Protocol, and basically, you know, it was dead right out of the gate after all the work they put into it. It's still a decent game, like it's still fun. It hits all the right buttons, but it definitely feels like it could have and should have been something more than it ended up being. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all right. When the horror update dissolves to Z, getting on his soapbox, and everyone starts pumping their fists up in the air. Preach, Undertaker, man, preach. Yeah. But, man. I actually still have to read the second Dead Space novel. I've read everything else, just that I haven't read that one novel. I loved Martyr, though. Martyr was so good. Holy shit. And, like, added such significant shit to the lore. When you find out, like, the real story behind Unitology, and in particular behind who Michael Altman was and what his involvement was, and how he got fucked over. Just a great story. So good. So, yeah, I gotta read the second one of these days. I will. I moved all my horror stuff into the horror section now. I also got some new bookshelves from the inheritance. And basically use those primarily for books and graphic novels and stuff. But anything and everything horror I moved out here. So it's all together in one big, massive, unified horror library. I just have to figure out how to make room for all of this new stuff. There's a lot of it. I may have gone a little crazy. They all go a little mad sometimes. Yes. This is the problem of being, you know, having eclectic interests and being AUDHD. Is you tend to hyperfixate on things, but the ADHD part is you tend to hyperfixate on a lot of things, and you just want to, you know, dive deep into a lot of things, you know. So gotta get you a Blockbuster neon light, but instead of it saying Blockbuster, it'll say Zeranizer. That's right. I do have where is it here? There we go. A little more creep show. Yeah. I got these LED light bars, which are pretty cool. They definitely made it easier to kind of spruce up the lighting. And about the streams and videos. Fuck, it's 11 o'clock. Alright, I gotta get this done. So I can I don't think I can't do another one. I didn't expect this one to take as long as it has. This is going to be like an hour-long episode of the updates. And it's going to be fun to edit with all the interruptions. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break and come back, and we're going to finish this pile up. Ugh. And then get the next pile ready for tomorrow. Where am I going? The buttons are over here. Let the cat out. Cat's pawing to be let out. Alright. Enjoy some clips. Probably the same damn ones that you've been seeing every break. I apologize. People haven't been doing a lot of clips lately. I blame everyone but me. Anyway, enjoy what there is. I'll be back shortly.
Hold on a second. Let me get back there.
I saw that.
I like the Gyroblast of it.
Bam! Point blank. Alright.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh!
give you.
Oof!
You just
Ow!
take it.
Oh! Ow! Ow! What the hell? What even was that? It's like gang, 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 gang.
Church, knock it off, please. You're just like in a loop. Stop. Just stop. Lick your chops, that's fine. That's legit. Licking the cone is stupid. It doesn't do anything!
Light side quest.
What the fuck, JL? Ryan says, my wife would be upset. JL says, shoot her.
The fuck?
Ryan says, I'm not going to shoot my wife, JL.
What the fuck?
That was a very inappropriate place for a Jurassic Park quote, I'm just going to say. What does the chicken say? Allegory and stuff. The Matrix isn't what it wants you to think it is. The Matrix is the control the media has over you. It's easier to break free than you think. They only want you to believe it's hard.
We're being raided! Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that.
You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it, those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. Just gotta keep the lights on real low. Oh, hello. Shit. Hi. Oh, shit. Okay, that's terrifying. I'm trying not to get eaten. Okay. Now, where are we going? To Helgen Keep. How about, what's this one? Oh, that, see, that's the choice. I didn't know what, I didn't even know that was. Oh, that's, oh yeah, I remember this one. Ah! Fuck! Ah! What is even happening? Ouch! Oh my god! I'm gonna have no time to deal with the fucking boss. How do I? La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. I am zoning. La 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 la. La 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 la.
I like the third one the best.
Cool.
Okay, good. I was just making sure the break music was over. Well, shall we finish up this massive frickin' stack of stuff? Let's put some spooky ambiance on, shall we? Whoa. Okay. Let's get that going again. There we go. Okay, finishing it up. I'm going to transfer the footage over and probably go to bed. In between editing, I was watching Squid Game: The Challenge, which is the competitive game show elimination thing that they've done based on Squid Games. Very good, actually. It's quite well done. And enjoyed that immensely. I was happy to see, well, I don't want to spoil it, obviously, but I was happy to see who won, and that the person I didn't want to see win didn't win. But yes, it got quite tense in the last few episodes. It's very good. All right, carrying on. All right, well, just a few left. This is one I've heard about for years. A remake actually just came out recently, which I heard wasn't as good. But I'll probably pick it up anyway at some point. Meanwhile, we have the original Street... Oh, shit. Hold on. Just start that over because I forgot to do the lights. He was freaking out because Rose closed her door and he couldn't get out. So I let him out, and then he was all lovey, rubbing up on my leg. Thank you for letting me out. And he just sprawled on the floor. Don't go licking yourself all into oblivion, please, Church. I don't want a recording full of slobber. Thank you. Alrighty, so we've just got a few left here. But there's some good ones. First off, we got... now, this one actually had a remake recently, shortly after I bought the original, funny enough. I heard the remake wasn't as good, but I'll probably pick it up at some point anyway, because that's just how I roll. From Synapse Films, we have the official Meltdown edition of Street Trash. Yeah. So this is like just an underground horror classic of goopy practical effects. From 1987. So we have, in the sleazy, foreboding world of winos, derelicts, and drifters in lower Manhattan, two young runaways, 18-year-old Fred, Mike Lackey, and his younger brother Kevin, Mark Sferrazza, live in a tire hut in the back of an auto wrecking yard. Life is hard, but the most lethal threat to the boys is the mysterious case of Tenafly Viper wine in Ed's liquor store window. The stuff is 40 years old, and it's gone bad. Real bad. Anyone who drinks it melts in seconds. And it's only $1 a bottle. The subversive cult classic horror comedy Street Trash rode the last wave of super gore films in the late 80s, before cinema entered the era of safe R-rated horror and unoriginal remakes. Beautifully remastered in high-definition, Street Trash will melt your eyes and ears with stunning picture and sound. A lovely addition from Synapse Films, who really can do no wrong. I don't think they've missed a single trick with any of their releases. Every single one of them is a passion project that they put all their heart and soul into. I love Synapse Films. It's a great boutique label. So this one is from 1987. I've never seen it. I only know it by reputation as one of the all-time great, gloopy gore classics. So looking forward to checking that one out. Next up, we have... I picked up the original of this a while back. I think MVD put it out, and was delighted to see the sequel. We have Return of the Killer Tomatoes from Arrow Films. I saw this way back in the VHS days. I think it's the one with John Astin in it, isn't it? Yes, John Astin, Anthony Stark, George Clooney, Steve Lundquist. Oh my God, yes. Now, the original, of course, is just a goofy, low-budget camp classic. And, there was a few revisits to it. This was the second one. I think they did a third movie as well. There was even a Saturday morning cartoon of the Killer Tomatoes. Can you believe that? Yeah. Only the 80s, man, I tell you. Anyway, Return of the Killer Tomatoes, a just crazy sequel to a crazy movie to begin with. When did this come out? This was... It says 2002. I don't think that is correct. That can't be correct. Again, Arrow, can you just put the year of the movie clearly on your packaging? That's all I ask. Everything else is great, but can you please put the year on? I think it was like 87 or 88, if I remember correctly. Anyway, the Killer Tomatoes are back, but this time around they're going to have to contend with late 80s George Clooney and his wicked mullet. Is it a fruit? Is it a vegetable? Nope. It's Return of the Killer Tomatoes. 10 years on from the Great Tomato War, mankind lives in fear of another uprising by the waxy red menace. Meanwhile, Professor Gangrene, played with gusto by John Astin from TV's The Addams Family, sets out to pursue his own evil ends by creating an army of tomato militiamen, who, somewhat conveniently, look just like regular men. Following on from the 1978 cult classic Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Return of the Killer Tomatoes came armed with a healthy sense of its own ridiculousness, and would expand upon a franchise that now includes 4 films, my mistake, 2 TV series, and a video game. I didn't know there was a second one. So what are you waiting for? Make Return of the Killer Tomatoes one of your 5 a day now. 5 tomatoes a day. And there you go. So this is Return of the Killer Tomatoes from Arrow Films. Gotta love it. Well, I'll have to track down the rest of them. Get the whole Killer Tomatoes saga. Next up, another one that I just know basically from name and reputation a little bit. We have Doom Asylum, also from Arrow Video. Does this have a year on it? 1987. There we go. Okay, thank you. So, Doom Asylum. If you thought that Sex and the City 2 was a stomach churner, interesting way to start the description, you ain't seen nothing yet. Long before playing one of Carrie Bradshaw's best gal pals, actress Kristen Davis found herself up against an altogether different kind of horror in 1987's Doom Asylum, a riotous mix of gore, gags, and goth girl groups galore. Well, so many ways in which I am sold immediately. When a group of horny teens wind up on the grounds of a creepy abandoned asylum, they think they've found the perfect place to party. Little do they know that inside the building's crumbling walls lurks a freakishly deformed maniac driven to madness by the tragic loss of his fiancée. With an array of grisly surgical tools at his disposal, it's only a matter of time before the youngsters start to meet various splattery ends at the hands of the ghoulish coroner. Helmed by director Richard Friedman, who did Scared Stiff and Phantom of the Mall, Eric's Revenge, classic, had the Scream Factory edition of that, And starring Penthouse pet Patty Mullen from Frankenhooker, I have the Arrow edition of that, Doom Asylum combines outlandish gore and a wisecracking villain to create one of the most wildly entertaining blood-spattered slashers of the late 80s. And there you go. Very cool. If you want to check out the extras, there you go. Very nice. All right. Now, last, but most definitely not least, I saved this one to last because it's kind of special. It's one I've been wanting to check out for a very, very long time. We have, from Synapse Films, the beautiful limited edition. I don't know if it's numbered. If it is numbered, I don't see a number on here. It's a print run of only 5,000 units. Which one this is, I don't know. But we have the Deadly Spawn. No relation to the Todd McFarlane Spawn. This one is kind of special to me in my gateway horror journey, which we've been talking about a lot this year, because it's not a movie that I saw, but I remember hearing about it quite a bit. Specifically, I remember Fangoria magazine covered it quite a lot. And it was around the time that this came out that I was starting to discover the horror magazines and seeing photos, often very gory photos from horror movies of the era, and hearing about other horror movies, and hearing where I first heard about Tom Savini, for example, and things like that. So I'd flip through these magazines and find it interesting. But I remember the Deadly Spawn got a lot of coverage from Fangoria. And me being a fan of monsters and creature features and practical effects, it was always just really interesting to me seeing those photos, because the creatures themselves looked very, threatening and a little bit phallic and such. And it just looked really gory and crazy, and it sparked my interest. But I never saw it, and it was kind of elusive for a long time on home video. At least I never really saw it around. So when I saw that Synapse Films had not only put it out on, is this 4K? Yeah, on 4K, but in this beautiful deluxe box set, I mean, that's it. It is my time to finally experience this film. So, The Deadly Spawn. A pair of campers stumble upon the remnants of a meteorite and discover some fanged, worm-like creatures have hitched a ride to Earth. So a little sci-fi horror as well, eh? After the camper appetizer, the deadly alien spawn take refuge in the basement of an isolated house and prepare for the main course. With the people in the neighborhood now becoming the entrees of an intergalactic monster buffet, a group of teenagers led by a small boy decide to take this matter into their own hands. Will they be able to stop the creatures from reproducing and rid the Earth of the deadly spawn once and for all? Featuring classic practical creature creations by John Dodds, who worked on Spookies, Black Roses, and the Monsters TV series, which you guys know I love, which was the follow-up to Tales from the Dark Side. The Deadly Spawn has been totally remastered in 4K from the original 16mm camera negative, with hours of supplementary material compiled from the personal collections of the cast and crew. The Deadly Spawn can finally invade your home theater in the best version ever released to home video. Just try not to put this disc in the basement. You might be surprised at what you find down there. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. Brand new 4K restoration from the original uncut 16mm camera negative by Synapse Films, another passion project. Presented in two aspect ratios, 1.37 to 1 and 1.66 to 1. So full frame, which I gather is the original aspect ratio, and then 1.66 to 1, which would be like the European widescreen aspect ratio. Yeah, there was something else about this here. Was you get 3 audio commentaries featuring the producer, director, cast, and crew. We're going to do like a proper closer look and unboxing of this at some point. There's a Deadly Spawn comic prequel. They have a sampler from that. Oh yeah, here we are. So rigid slipcase with new artwork by Wes Ben Scoter. There it is, beautiful. 56-page perfect bound book with vintage articles from Fangoria magazine. So probably those self-same articles that I saw flipping through the newsstand and being too afraid to buy the book at the time. A new essay and a poster, collector cards, yeah, all kinds of stuff. So this is just a gorgeous, beautiful hardbox deluxe collector's edition of Doom, presenting the Deadly Spawn in 4K. So now that I've waited so long to finally watch it, I'll be able to see it in the best possible edition that probably will ever exist known to man. And there we go. So that finishes the 80s selection. 80s related, and a few 90s ones that snuck into the mix. I'm going to redo that line. Well, 80s related, and a few random 90s ones that snuck into the mix because I guess I didn't notice the date on them, or they seemed 80s, so I threw them in there. Yeah, it was crazy when I was putting all of that together. Anyway, what's next? Well, stay tuned and find out. Lots more to go as the biggest horror update ever continues. I did not expect that to take as long as it did, but I'm glad that it's done. Alright, so now we gotta do our thumbnail. Ugh. So, what we usually do there is split the big ones in half, more or less. This, no. This, maybe? Yeah, looks good. So everything is pretty clearly visible on the thumbnails. I'm not like overly concerned with like spoiling it. I mean, people can kind of see. My thinking is people can kind of see in the thumbnails what I'm going to be talking about, and then say, "Oh yeah, I want to hear what Z has to say about this or that," and then they'll tune in based on that. Or if they're looking for something specific, like, "Oh, where was that one where he talked about that movie?" Then they can just like take a glance at the thumbnail and see. So, I actually use it up a little bit. I put a marker on the table so I can actually see where the focal point is. There we go. And we put the cool shades on for the thumbnails. All right, I got. That took a long time to go through just these, but I mean that. Normally, this would be the update, and that would be it, you know. But hey, Doodly Conduct, how's it going? So flippin' long. Well, I wasn't gonna brag, but you know.
Totally ginormous in length, dude. Ah. Yes. So let's see here. So we gotta find which ones are we doing closer looks. Let's separate those. Well, Deadly Spawn for sure. Deadly Spawn. Oh, the rest of these, I mean, they're all just basically singles. Not much to talk about per se. Oh, actually, maybe another Synapse one. Trick or Treat. Yeah. And we had a couple here. Yeah, Dr. Butcher. We want to do Dr. Butcher. That's a good one. There we go. And the rest of these I'll just put on the shelf. We know all we need to know about them. How's it going, dude? Early conduct. Finally finished Welcome to Derry. Oh, I need to watch that, actually. I have not seen it yet. But, Stranger Things has one episode left. Apparently New Year's Day, I think, is when it drops. I haven't watched any of the new season yet. I was going to wait for all of it and just kind of binge the whole works in a day or something. It's crazy that it's taken them this long to do 5 seasons. Now, one of your most favorite horror series. Really? That good, eh? I heard. I mean, I've really haven't heard anything bad about it. People seem to be pretty keen on it. Oh, actually, one I did see recently, finally, was Alien Earth, the Alien series. Really liked that one too. Actually, doing some interesting things, some interesting ideas. Yeah, it's good stuff. I was saying in an earlier section of the update that, in fact, the first section of the update, which I titled The Modern Horror Renaissance, I feel like right now is a great time to be a horror fan for a variety of reasons. First off, we have all this great new stuff coming out, a lot from new up-and-coming directors and so forth, and just really interesting, genuinely original stuff, you know. We seem to have finally gotten out of that glut of just endless remakes, most of which were awful. There was a few good ones in there, but I mean, you know, just kind of law of averages, given how many there were, it seems. But we're seeing a lot more like really interesting original stuff these days, and really unique takes on horror, genuinely disturbing horror, stuff like Hereditary and whatnot. You know, I love the stuff by Robert Eggers, Mike Flanagan, Ty West, Jordan Peele. Yeah, I mean, there's great, and even a lot of the smaller studios like Blumhouse are doing like some really interesting things. Like I really enjoyed both of the Megan movies. I talked about those a little bit before, and you know, the Conjuring series, of course, had their own little horror universe going, which is pretty cool. But and then in terms of classic stuff, I mean, you got the boutique labels putting out, well, things like the frickin' Deadly Spawn in the Ultimate Collector's Edition of Doom, you know, and Trick or Treat, and Dr. Butcher, MD, in both versions. The Zombie Holocaust version, too. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, a lot of these movies growing up, you'd be lucky if you could find them on VHS, and then doubly lucky if you could find them uncut. Most of the time they were censored. Or you'd find them in, like, you know, the bargain bin, like $5 things, and it's like it really is a golden age to be like a horror collector because of all the great stuff coming out from the boutique labels and these just incredible remasters. Like, we have The Keep in 4K now.
This was like a holy grail movie for the longest time. I'm holding the 4K edition of it in my hand right now. Like, this is unheard of. Like, it's the one good thing about the times we live in, I think, is it's a great time to be a horror fan, you know? I'm actually excited for the new Return of the Living Dead with some pushback, though. Oh, they're doing a new one? Man. I have seen the first two. I have not seen the third one. I need to pick up new editions of those, actually. I think I only have the studio release of the first one. I didn't even get the Scream Factory one. But yeah, there's some new releases of that. I think they got 4Ks recently, actually. So I might have to grab those. I always really liked the first one. That was also kind of a gateway horror movie. I remember really liking the poster art for it. I thought it was really cool. Sort of the idea of like punk zombies, you know, that great painted poster art. And then what's her face, Linnea Quigley, I think it was, as Trash. Man, there was a sexual awakening moment. My hormone-driven teenage eyes seeing that for the first time. Oh, man. Great stuff. But yeah, Return of the Living Dead also was just very funny. I like it was a great, I would say, horror comedy, because again, like I always make the differentiation between horror comedy and comedy horror. You know, something like Scary Movie is comedy horror because it's more comedy, but something like American Werewolf in London or Evil Dead 2 is more horror comedy. You know what I mean? It's a proper horror movie, but also happens to be really funny. So that's I love that shit. And a lot of the ones actually I got here seem to fall into that category as well. Stuff like Evil Ed and The Rise of Leslie Vernon and things like that. So Effects, yeah, Street Trash, Doom Asylum. Yeah, these all look like a blast. It's gonna be. I can't. That's one of the reasons I want to get these updates done, is so I can actually. Dead End Drive-In, that has to go in with the post-apocalyptic stuff. I get to watch and everything. You know, I got a lot of stuff here to watch. So, yeah. It's apparently after the first one, what I'm understanding. The pushback from it is them using CGI to bring back James Karen and Don Calfa. Oh, to reprise their roles. Oh, yeah. I'm for that kind of stuff, but that one has me trepidatious. What has me most excited is they got Tony Gardner to come back and do more designs. The pushback from me is... Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in two minds about that. I feel like sometimes it's okay, like when they did it in Rogue One, for example, with Tarkin and Leia. I thought that was okay because I don't know, it just seemed to be done more tastefully. But hey, Funk, how's it going? But then you have the case of like in Alien Romulus, where they had like a deep fake Ian Holm android, and like, oh, it's just the same model of android, that's why he looks the same. It's like, yeah, but there's other models of android. It didn't have to be Ian Holm, you know, like, come on. It just seemed like it kind of ghoulish to me, especially since he passed away so recently. Like, the wound is still fresh as far as I'm concerned, you know? And I felt that was really unnecessary. They didn't need to do that. I still have to see Romulus. I've just seen some clips, and, some friends told me about some of the stuff that they had issues with. Friends whose opinions I generally value and trust, so I feel like I will probably be irritated by the same things. But, yeah, it could have been Bishop. It could have been a David, you know? Like, I mean, why did it have to be another Ian Holm model? I just don't get that. So, anyway. What's done is done. And it was done by the guy who did the Evil Dead remake, another one I need to watch, which I understand is really good. Yeah, I need to get caught up on all the Evil Dead stuff, actually, come to think of it. I have everything, I just haven't watched it yet. In fact, I think somewhere buried in the updates here is the new movie Rise and Ash vs. the Evil Dead. I got the complete series of that. I've only seen a couple episodes of it, so looking forward to binging that. Yeah, David would have been a good time, especially since it looks like we're never going to get a resolution to that trilogy. Unless, I mean, we are kind of dancing around in prequel territory still with the show and with Romulus, so, I mean, they could touch on it in some way, you know? And I mean, in the show, they you know, they deal with androids and sort of their evolution quite a bit. It's like a pretty major part of the storyline. So, I don't know. See, I'm one of the ones that actually liked Prometheus and Covenant. I thought there were some interesting ideas in there. So I'm disappointed that we'll probably never see a proper resolution to that. Because originally the idea was that they were going to do a third one that was going to link up with, you know, it was kind of lead into the start of the original movie. But now it seems like the series is going to be filling that space. Where it's going to be linking up with the original. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind. Like, give us more stuff because there's a lot of interesting things going on in the story and the lore and whatnot. But yeah. Hey, at least with Predator, they seem to have finally got that franchise back on track. It seems like, from what I hear, 3 bangers in a row. We got Prey, we got Badlands, and we got whatever the animated one was, which everybody tells me were all great. So. Yeah, I did just rewatch the first one on the new 4K edition of Predator. Holy shit, did they really fixed it. Like, it looks so damn good. It's perfect. It's flawless. I never have to buy Predator again. You know? So, yeah, anyone out there who hasn't picked it up yet and hated the Blu-ray, get the 4K. So, you won't be disappointed. It has the Z seal of approval. Same with American Gothic. Oh, I wish we had that on Blu-ray. American Psycho, the 4K of that. And the new Arrow edition of Dark City as well. So those 3 horrible Blu-rays have finally been given the royal treatment they deserve for the movies. So, there you go. Here you go. Oh, so tomorrow, let's do some more. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to get an earlier start. We started like hella late tonight. When did we start? Like 7? Yeah, around 7, I think. I meant to start at like noon, or no later than 2 in the afternoon. Oops. Well. At least we got a big stack done. Just chipping away a little bit at a time. I feel like I'm mining through the, you know, the boulders comprised of DVDs and Blu-rays. If you look at the thumbnail for this on YouTube, you'll get some idea just how much stuff there is. Hey, Bass Chick Michelle, how's it going? Finally made it to a stream. Did watch the VODs. Did you watch the 12-hour long one? That's one you like put on in the background and just leave rolling all day while you clean your house or something. Well, the edited video versions will be a little more digestible, I think. But Yeah, I have started on the editing, for anyone wondering, and it's turning out great so far. I've done the first 2 parts of both the single versions and the omnibus edition, so yeah. That's exactly what you did. Hey, bravo. There you go. I'll be your podcast for the day. Yeah, so what the plan is when these are all filmed, I'm editing as we go, because if I don't, it's just going to be an overwhelming nightmare to sort out later. So editing as I go. There's going to be 2 versions of the updates, because I figure I've spent so much money on all this shit, I need to make it back at least in part, so we're going to milk the content for all it's worth. Might even do shorts versions or shorts trailer versions or something to cross promote. I don't know. We'll see. But so it's going to be what I call the omnibus edition, which, think of it like one of those big honking omnibus editions of comics that you get with like 50 issues in it. Yeah, hardcover, oversized pages. That's what it'll be like, but it'll be like a video version. So the omnibus will be several volumes. And I worked it out at the level of quality I'm going. I can't have any single video be more than 7 hours in length, mainly because of the file size limitation on YouTube. So they have it can't be more than 256 gigs, and I worked out the math just based on what I've done so far. Keeping it under that limit means I'm limited to about 7 hours running time. So here's what's coming. So basically, we'll have the Halloween special, which is going to be about 6 to 6.5 hours. So that'll be pushing the limit. Then we're going to have this update, which is probably, I'm estimating, going to be 4 volumes, about 7 hours apiece. And those will be divided into chapters for each section. And then we'll have the shorter versions of the updates, just with each individual section as its own individual video. Yeah. So we're looking at about a month's worth of content, easy, maybe a month and a half, just for the updates. And then while the episodic versions are going up, that's when we're going to start doing the closer looks and unboxings as well. Because I want to actually open up all these wonderful box sets and see what's in them and start watching them. So setting aside the ones that are going to be in the closer looks. And yeah, so it's crazy. 7 hours a piece. Plenty of house cleaning for me, yes. And the idea is to post them one after the other. So it'll be literally a week of Z. Look forward to that, guys. Don't expect to see me on stream much. I'll probably be sleeping after all of that. But, yeah. If anything, was this, Jonku says, no, get Terminator away from Cameron and give us a good remaster of T2, please. Well, of both of them, T1 and 2. They both are awful on 4K, and I refuse to waste my money on them. He says, I don't understand why people want him involved with the Terminator franchise. No, keep him far away from it, please. If anything, I say get Galen Hurd back to be producer of the franchise, not Cameron, please. Well, I mean, to be fair, I actually really liked Dark Fate, you know, and that was the first one that he had been involved with in any capacity for quite some time. I liked that one. But, you know, once again, we were promised a trilogy that just never happened. That's been like every single sequel after 2. Each one was supposed to be the start of a new trilogy. They never happened. Yeah, they are unfortunately a bit of a mixed bag. Hey, actually, though, speaking of Terminator, that new game looks really good. Terminator 2D. Or whatever, the side-scrolling one, that looks fucking awesome. Like old school arcade action. Yes, please. Yeah. Oh yeah, Lyndall Hamilton. Yes. Kind of, you know, doing the Laurie Strode thing, kind of. But yeah, Dark Fate was great. I mean, I really don't have any major issues with any of the sequels. Like, I enjoyed aspects of all of them. But, I mean, not a single one of them has yet to come close to the first two. You know, but there are things I like in all of them. There are things I don't like in all of them. You know, so one though I would say was pretty consistently good was the Sarah Connor Chronicles, the TV series. That was so fucking good. Lena Headey actually made a really good Sarah Connor. I gotta say, she was terrific. She brought some real bite to that role. You know. Genesis, yeah, I mean Genesis, another Game of Thrones star in that as another version of Sarah Connor. Genesis was an interesting idea because it really played around with the whole alternate timelines idea, and I think in some fun ways, and it was fun to kind of revisit a lot of those iconic moments from the previous movies, but from different perspectives, you know. So I like that. That was all right. It was filmed set during the war. Well, are you talking about like Salvation, or are you talking about prior to that, like the war against the machines? I mean, would there be much to tell though? Like, I mean, isn't it essentially like they just nuke us, and then it's the survivors, you know, fighting back after a while? I don't know that there's much to tell. I think that era is very long. So, Salvation. So you want more in like the future, post-apocalyptic, fighting the machines. I mean, again, that was supposed to be the start of another trilogy. So it was supposed to give us 3 movies set in the future, you know, with the future war. But more interesting than another time travel story. Fair enough. Yeah, just kind of stick to one era and tell us a story there. You know? It would be cool to see a Terminator movie that gives some sort of glimpse into the world of machines where John Connor was actually killed. I suppose. Yeah. Are you talking about like where he was killed in Dark Fate? Give more of that story, or are you talking about like in the future where he actually dies in the future after fighting back for years? Which film remains my favorite as it's a horror movie? Yeah, absolutely. And Michael Biehn is wonderful. He is. Yeah, I forget which one it was. One of these has Michael Biehn in it as well, doing his best crazy guy thing. I don't think it was this one. No, it's not this one. Anyway, I did finally get The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Looking forward to that. I hear it's a lot of fun. Robert Englund essentially is the Loomis character in it. Hell yeah. I know that's one you've talked about before, John Clear. Yeah, I don't remember which one it was. Was it? It wasn't The Fan, was it? I don't think so. Oh, it is. No, it is The Fan. Yeah, this one, he plays a crazed... Michael Biehn is in this one. He plays a crazed fan obsessed with Lauren Bacall. So it must have been quite late in Lauren Bacall's career. Yeah, very cool. Always down for some crazy Biehn. I mean, I think all of his characters have a little bit of that crazy quality to them, you know? Especially, like, I mean, Kyle Reese definitely had some crazy to him. He was initially thought to be the threat, but we of course know that was not the case. But you know, The Abyss, he just goes completely nuts in that one. The video game version of T3 does that. Oh, okay. Video game T3 has an awesome epilogue story that leads into T3. Oh, really? That's interesting. Isn't there a remake of that, but with John Travolta? Possibly? I know there is another movie that was along those lines about like an obsessed fan, and it may have also been called The Fan. I don't know if it's a remake or if it's just another movie with a similar concept. But, yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. And Rose is playing video games. The future before giving the resistance, yeah. So is it the first film? Oh yeah, and basically I love how gritty it looks. Yeah, well, I mean, part of that is just because it was very low budget, so they had, you know, kind of rougher film stock for it. But honestly, I think that works, and also it's very dark, like lighting wise and such. But honestly, I think that works in its favor because it helps. It just kind of helps the mood and the scariness and stuff. And yeah, it's great. I love the first one. That was kind of a gateway horror movie for me as well. Saw it, I guess, when I was 13, when it first came out on video. And, yeah, I thought it was scary because it was just so tense, you know. And I mean, it's very gory as well, you know, especially with the Terminator himself. All of his damage and self-repair and stuff like that. It's, you know, there's that scene where I think he like plucks out his eyeball and stuff. Yeah, pretty cool. I always had really interesting effects in those, especially the first two. They were just so innovative. Employing a lot of in-camera trickery, you know. And then the second one, having CG that still, for the most part, holds up today, you know. It just shows that when you give your effects guys actual time to work on things, you know, the results can be quite impressive. Watched T2 well before the first one. Oh, really? When I finally saw the first one, I remember being grossed out. Well, yeah, it's a very bloody movie. Like, even like just people getting shot and such, like just big, goopy, bloody squibs going off. And yeah, it also has some like, you know, some nice little bits of humor in it. Like I particularly like the banter between the two cops, played by Paul Winfield and Lance Henriksen. I think they give a bit of much-needed levity in amidst all of the intensity of everything. First one was terrifying. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's why I've always said it's definitely more of a horror movie, and why, you know, we were talking about Megan. Megan pulled a Terminator, where basically the first one was definitely more horror, and the second was more, you know, T2 action, and you know. Which some people didn't like, but others did. I am one of the ones who liked it. So maybe the third one will be a musical. I don't know. But yeah, Megan was great. Love me some killer robot doll AI things. There's a lot of those lately. It's almost like there's a bit of social commentary going on there. Did you guys see the video, by the way, of the guy using a mocap suit to control a robot and ended up kicking himself in the balls? I must have watched that clip like 30 times today. I posted it on Discord if you missed it, but yeah, the Megan 3 sing-along. There you go. You saw that one, Michelle? Yeah. Oh my god, it was so funny. And then just seeing the robot mimicking him doubling over. It is so perfect. I said it was a perfect allegory for our modern times. We're all getting kicked in the balls by AI. So all I remember about the modern version of the fan was it was after Travolta left Scientology and stopped wearing a wig and implemented that in future roles. Did he leave Scientology? Seriously? I did not actually know that. Oh, fucking A, good for him. That is, like, easily one of the most dangerous cults out there. It's so crazy. Well, good for him if he got out of it. Thank God. 'Cause I always really liked John Travolta. But I hated that he was in that fucking cult. You know? Because it really did, like, impact some of his career decisions in negative ways. Battlefield Earth. Excuse me. Well, that's true. I mean, there are a few moments. I always love that scene where they're demoing her to all the suits, and they think that it's going wrong because Katie starts breaking down, but then Megan goes over and comforts her, and then sings her a song and preserves the memory of her mom, and there's all these, and then it gets back to rewatching, everybody's bawling their eyes out. I laughed so hard. But it's funny because you start tearing up, and then you see everybody else bawling, and it's so great. That's the thing I liked about it, though, is like you go in expecting just a killer robot doll movie, but it actually had like a lot of heart, and it was so much better than I was expecting it to be. You know, it's great stuff. We need more movies like that actually, you know, or do a little bit more than what they say on the tin. So, yeah. Good times. Yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise, that one. Megan 3 sing-along. Oh. Well, folks, I hate that the conversation just started to pick up now. I'm kind of on a day schedule right now, and I'm very tired. And I need to recover my voice for tomorrow, when we're going to do some more. We got lots more stacks to go through. I don't know how well you guys can see. I can show you. But, oh, yes. Speaking of killer animatronics, this, of course, is Emily from The Corpse Bride. She is a full animatronic, but is not plugged in currently. I know most of you have seen her in motion before. We'll fire her up again at some point soon. So anyway, got all of these left to do. When it feels like it's never going to end. I think tomorrow we're going to tackle some of the smaller stacks, just to kind of get them out of the way. I've got a selection of George Romero stuff, and the first wave of stuff to rebuild the Dario Argento collection. Rebuild and upgrade. A lot of 4K releases and box sets. They're really cool. And then what else we got? Hammer, I don't want to touch just yet because it's massive. Yeah, so at least do those two. We've also got sci-fi, horror, and dystopian and post-apocalyptic stuff. Some pretty interesting stuff in those. So probably, yeah, just a few left. So probably, we'll maybe try to tackle those. So do kind of 4 of the smaller sections, and then, you know, we've made some progress. Because tonight, it basically took all night just to do that one stack there, so. I may see you tomorrow, it's just my day off. Perfect.
Well, there you go then. Alright, well, I'm going to go chill. Maybe watch a little boob tube before crashing. And I will see y'all on the morrow. Alrighty. Well, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Yeah, I was kind of hoping we get some donos going today, but maybe tomorrow. Did get a lot of soundboard, though. When we hit the payout in January, it should be pretty good. Alrighty. Just fade that down. Alrighty, folks. What is this here? Only a good 3 or 4 long streams left for the horror updates. Ugh. I don't know. The amount of time it's taken so far, I can't even hazard a guess at this point. I thought we'd be able to cram it into a single 12-hour video or 2 6-hour videos. I feel like it's going to be more like 4 parts. So it'll be like the big 5-part miniseries of Z that week. It'll be the Halloween special, then all 4 omnibus updates. Maybe there'll be 5. I don't know. I'm not rushing. I'm taking as long as it takes. And, yeah. So, there you go. I'll probably schedule them all as premieres, because I'm crazy that way. And just spend the day watching myself with all of you. God, that sounds awful. Maybe I won't schedule them all as premieres. I don't know. I'll at least do the special as a premiere. The updates I might just post. Giving Dark Shadows a run for its money. Well, it's funny you mentioned Dark Shadows, because see you next time.